Excellent. Welcome. Thank you everyone for being here. The meeting of the Board of Chiropractic Examiners is being held at Life Chiropractic College West, located at 25001 Industrial Boulevard, Hayward, California, 94545. The date is Friday, April 18th, 2025, and the time we have right now is 9:06 a.m. The board's paramount responsibility is to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the public through licensure, education, engagement, and enforcement in chiropractic care. Members of the public may address the board during the public comment session. Public comments will also be taken on agenda items at the time the item is heard and prior to the board taking any action on said items. Those who would like to provide public comment will be limited to 3 minutes unless in the discretion of the board circumstances require a longer period. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their allotted time to other members of the public to make comments. Individuals may appear before the board to discuss items not on today's agenda. However, the board may not discuss or take action on these items except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of future meetings. Please be aware that this meeting is being recorded, and please turn off or silence all cell phones at this time. Ms. Cruz, will you take the roll?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Adams?
Present?
Dr. Daniels?
Present.
Ms. Cruz? Present. Dr. Azzolino?
Present.
Dr. Paris?
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And we excuse Mr. Raphael Sweet, who's been excused. I will turn the time to the ALJ to take care of matters before the board today and your petition.
Okay, good morning. I'm Judge Reichman. I'm here for the petition hearings. Our first matter will be Dr. Park. I'm going to begin recording. Okay, we're now on the record before the Board of Chiropractic Examiners in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation by Dr. J. Ho Park. The board's case number is AC 20211318, and the Office of Administrative Hearings case number is 2025040386. I am Administrative Law Judge Karen Reichman from the Office of Administrative Hearings. Will the Deputy Attorney General please state your appearance for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Adams and members of the board. Leslie Brass, Deputy Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General, appearing this morning for the people.
And Dr. Park, good morning. You're representing yourself today, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Dr. Park, you have waived court reporter today since we had no reporter available, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so welcome, Dr. Park. I'm going to ask Ms. Brass to give a little introduction to the case and describe the contents of the petition packet. Ms. Brass.
Board staff, Your Honor, prepared petition packets that have been provided to me, to Dr. Park, the Office of Administrative Hearings, and to the board members. I've also uploaded copies to Case Center as requested by OAH. The packet comprises a 2-page memorandum to the board from your executive officer summarizing the case, followed by several attachments. The first is notice of hearing for today's proceeding. The second is a 2-page petition for reinstatement by Dr. Parks and his supporting documentation, including written answers to the questions in the petition. Third is a memorandum summarizing Dr. Park's probation compliance prepared by the Assistant Executive Officer who is serving as his probation monitor. Fourth is certification of Dr. Park's license history with the board, indicating that his license is current and renewed through April 30th of 2026. And finally, the packet includes the board's decision in order adopting the stipulated settlement placing Dr. Park on probation effective March 26, 2022, and also attaching the underlying accusation. I'd ask that the packet be admitted in evidence.
Okay, Dr. Park, have you reviewed those documents? Have you reviewed the documents?
Yes.
Yes, and do you have any objection to any of those documents being considered?
No, I don't.
So that petition packet, which I'll mark as Exhibit 1, is now admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brass, do you want to make any opening statement about the case?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Park was issued his chiropractic license in March 1999 and had an unblemished history with the board until 2021, when he was convicted of felony violation of Business and Professions Code Section 650 for his participation in a patient referral rebate scheme between 2015 and 2018. The board's executive officer filed an accusation against Dr. Park in August of 2021, alleging 5 causes for discipline predicated on his conviction, his unprofessional and fraudulent conduct, and his involvement in acts of moral turpitude and dishonesty. In resolution of the accusation, Dr. Park fully admitted the charges and entered into a stipulated settlement with the board for a 5-year term of probation, subject to 20 standard and optional conditions of probation. These are detailed in the stipulated settlement at pages 30 to 37 of the packet. The board adopted the stipulated settlement as its decision in the case effective March 26, 2022, and Dr. Park commenced probation. Having now completed just over 3 years of his 5-year term, Dr. Park seeks early release from probation. He appears to have been a compliant probationer. According to the status memorandum included in the packet at pages 22 and 23, all of his quarterly reports have been submitted complete and on time, and he has likewise ensured that his required billing monitor timely submit quarterly reports without incident. He paid his $3,407.50 cost recovery debt in full as of this January. He took, and after missing one part and initially failing another, ultimately passed the Ethics and Boundaries essay examination as of November 2022. He took and passed in September of 2022 the California Chiropractic Law examination, and he has submitted proof of his completion of his required volunteer hours. In support of his petition, Dr. Park submitted certifications of his completion of coursework at pages 14 through 20 of the packet, and he lists in his written response to questions on the petition at pages 12 and 13 all of the coursework and continuing education he completed since the board's imposition of discipline against his license, as well as the professional literature he's read. He also reports completing more than 111 hours of volunteer service at Family Assistant Ministries. At page 11 of the packet, Dr. Park discusses having forgotten his chiropractic principles as reflected in his misconduct and returning through the disciplinary process to his roots by providing the benefit of chiropractic care to patients. He says he has thoroughly learned to respect the profession and serve patients without endangering the health, welfare, or safety of the public. Dr. Park appears before you this morning seeking early termination of his probation. I also just want to mention at Dr. Park's request that he has some mild hearing loss, so he is wearing over-the-counter hearing aids. He just did not want any of the members of the board to think that he was listening to AirPods during his hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brass. Dr. Park, I'm going to put you under oath. If you'll please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And if you could state your name for the record.
J. Ho Park.
Thank you, Dr. Park. So we're here on your petition. The board has received the packet and has reviewed and will review all those materials. This is your opportunity to address the board and answer their questions with a focus on whether it's safe to allow you moving forward to practice without further board monitoring. You have the right to present any additional documents. Did you have any new documents?
No, I don't have any other document.
Okay, good. And you also have the right to call witnesses. Some people do, but it's not necessary. Do you have any witnesses with you today?
No, I don't.
Okay, then we're ready to hear from you. You can address the board, explain why the petition you believe should be granted, and then Ms. Brass will have an opportunity to ask you questions, and the board members will also have an opportunity to ask you questions this morning. Okay? Go ahead if you want to address the board.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank the board and board members for giving me this opportunity. I'm here today because I made a mistake, and I am so sorry. I take full responsibility for my mistake, and to prevent from this to happen again, I have done all the recommended rehabilitation work. Programs are suggested by the board and guidance from the Dr. Podius, who is my billing monitor and who I respect as a chiropractic educator, help me to focus in health and safety of the patient first in my practice. I have done all the required programs by the board, and I have done also some extra billing and ethic classes. And I do also continue to donate to the local police association, as I have done over 20 years. These programs helped me to realize that I was only focused in my practice previously. And it redirected my focus in patient care and to protect the general public health and safety first. Now I can say that I am happy to see patients and enjoy seeing patients again. Past few years, I was kicked out of most all the insurance networks, including Medicare. I am truly grateful for those insurance patients stayed under my care, paying out of their pocket. However, most insurance patients had to find another provider in their network. I really feel sad that I have to turn down those patients that wanting to come with insurance benefit. Now, I only see patients referred by other patients, other doctors, and other professionals. And I only work directly with the law offices for the personal injury patient. And I am planning to continue to volunteer for the community services. And I am planning to put more effort to associate with other chiropractors and professionals by attending local meetings. And lastly, I want to inform you that the court granted the petition for the reduction of my felony to a misdemeanor on May 3rd, 2024. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Park. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brast for any questions of the petitioner.
Thank you. Dr. Park, you resolved the accusation that the board filed against you by agreeing to a 5-year term of probation. Why do you believe it appropriate to be released from the final 2 years of your probationary term?
As I mentioned, those insurance patients who cannot afford to pay out of their pocket, I would like to serve those patients, as much as I can.
Having completed most of the big conditions of your probation, what is left? What are you doing now to comply with your probation?
At this time, I need to continue volunteer and billing monitor.
Quarterly reports too, I would imagine, right?
Oh, yeah, and then quarterly report to the board.
Yeah. You mentioned that you took action to have your felony reduced to a misdemeanor. Is that correct?
Yes,
Have you explored whether you might be able to have that dismissed altogether?
I wasn't aware of that, so I am definitely, we're working on it.
In your written answers, to the questions in the petition, you referenced blind spots. And you said this process has helped you to identify them. What are those blind spots and how have you addressed them?
I think, I was only, in focus into, myself and then my practice only, not looking out for, the patient and general public, the health and safety at that time.
Okay, the board members may have questions for you as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Brass. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. We'll start. How about if we start with Dr. Paris? Do you have some questions for our petitioner?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Dr. Daniels?
Yes. I was wondering, what have you done as far as therapy? I didn't see anything in your packet. What has helped you to identify your blind spots? Have you been in counseling or any type of therapy?
No, I have not.
Okay. And then what are your, what's your support group currently to help prevent you from making the same mistakes?
I believe as far as I am concerned, the family and friend has been supported. And also I communicate with some fellow chiropractors, and obviously they know what happened. So and then I believe I was a little bit lacking on being associated with other fellow chiropractors and other professionals. That's why I mentioned that I will try to work on it, from now on.
And so when you say you'll try to work on it, what does that mean to you?
I believe that there are some, locally, some meetings with other chiropractors and going to more like a seminar and then be associated with other, chiropractors.
And just clarify for me again, have you currently been doing that? Or is this what you plan to do?
I have done few, but I am planning to do more.
And just to clarify, you're asking for early termination because you feel that the probation is stopping you from serving more people?
I believe so, especially, for those insurance patients that I used to see, because they have to pay out of their pocket and they are not able to, especially those, elderly patients with Medicare. I have to tell them that I can't see them anymore. And I really feel, sad that I have to tell them and they couldn't come back to my clinic for treatment.
And you mentioned that your blind spot, so to speak, was that you were self-oriented and not focused on the public safety protection.
I believe so. That was, that was my mistake, which I have corrected.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Cruz?
You mentioned at the beginning that it was the monitor that helped you kind of focus really on the health and safety of the practice. Kind of my questions would be around how so. So what I mean about that is that if there's specific actions, specific guidance the person provided, specific practices that they have kind of started to really instill in kind of your day-to-day. How has that monitor helped you?
They helped me to reorganize my procedure, taking like a signature from the patient, and then billing processes, I think those kind of issues that I was missing, and then which I didn't realize at that time. And then he helped me to reorganize my practice procedures.
Thank you. And then, your question is, you mentioned, you know, in your response to, Dr. Daniels, kind of it really circled around recognize, not being able to serve patients, right, that can't afford, I'll just say afford more than a copay, right? Because they can't pay out of pocket, potentially. And what I want to kind of make sure is, do you still understand the importance of if we were to not kind of relieve you of probation in the event that happens, do you understand the importance of not having the insurance option available? Or just in general, do you understand the importance of not having access to insurance patients while on probation? I think that's my main question.
I believe that I don't need access to those patients at this time. I just wanna, serve those patients in need who's not able to afford it because otherwise they have to pay out of pocket.
Okay.
There are less and less chiropractors taking insurance because insurance does not pay enough for chiropractic services. However, because I am not in network, I am not able to serve those patients in need. So that's why I like to sign up for, few insurance like Medicare and Medicaid, Medi-Cal, so that I can serve those patients for the limited time that I have left in my career.
Thank you. I appreciate, I wanted to make sure there's a clarification there. And my last question is actually expanding on another question of Dr. Daniels is, when she was asking about a support system, sometimes that's family and friends. You said there are some that are fellow chiropractors. And in some kind of communities, it may even be more spiritual guidance, right, in terms of support systems. What specifically around kind of the family and friends, the chiropractic peers, what about kind of that support system, I want to say, has helped you in your rehabilitation?
Tell you the truth, I don't think there is any other support that I needed. I think I have all the support that I needed from, family, friends, and some other chiropractors. And I think that's enough for me to, be focused on patient care at this time.
No more questions?
Thank you. Dr. Aslino.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Park. I just like for you to just share a little more with the board to give us some assurance that whatever made you quote unquote be self-centered and lead to this transgression, what has changed transformationally in you that we could be assured that made you open up your blind spots and see some things that you were doing wrong and focus on patient care versus just saying, I shifted my mind from thinking about myself to others. What has changed in you? What did you do to identify that blind spot? And what assurances can you give us that you're going to be able to stay on the right path?
I believe that over time, beginning of the career, I enjoy seeing patients and helping them get better, and then have a less pain. But over time, those patients became like a number. How many patients I saw, they're just coming in and into the door and out the door. I lost focus at the time. So through this program, that helped me to focus again in patient care, while I'm protecting general public health and safety. And I really feel that I enjoy, practicing again. And then I feel really, happy to see that patient get better with a chiropractic again. And I don't see a lot of patients at this time, but I try to do my best to help those patients in need.
Thank you. I'm still not clear, and I don't want to relitigate the situation, but I'm not clear on what happened in your life externally or internally that made you lose focus, that is no longer
At the
present.
time that I had the problem, obviously, I was just thinking about myself, financial gain, just seeing more patient. I mean, not the mainly, financial gain. I was blinded by that, and I admit that I made a mistake. And I, make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Thank you. No further questions.
So just to kind of wrap things up, so you understand the nature of what you did, the seriousness of that, and why we're concerned about that. It appears to me that your primary reason for wanting to terminate early is that you feel like you've done everything you've been asked to do, and all that's left is essentially the time left on your probation that you've accomplished, you've rehabilitated, you've done everything you need to do, all the work internally as well as externally for the board. Is that what I'm hearing? That you feel like you've done everything you need to do?
Not only that, as I said, there are still patients calling my office, wanting to come in with the insurance benefit, especially with those elderly patients with the Medicare. But at this time, I am not able to see them because I am not in network. And I would like to apply again for those insurance networks, mainly Medicare and Medi-Cal, so that I can serve. At this point, I am not into see more patients, and I would like to just serve those patients who cannot afford it otherwise. And I could finish it the rest of the 2 more years. I can't wait, but I feel that I don't know, whether I don't have a lot of, time left. In my,
Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by you don't have a lot of time?
I mean, I I don't know how long I can practice. Maybe another 10 years. That's what I'm thinking. But after missing out 2 more years, then I will have to apply again for the insurance like Medicare, things like that. And after that, I will not have I mean, it's just that I like to serve them as soon as I can. That's all I want.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Any other questions that got prompted before we give it back to the judge? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adams. Okay, let's see if you have any final remarks and we'll conclude the hearing. Ms. Brass, do you have any final remarks?
I would just thank Dr. Park for his candor and commend him for his compliance with probation thus far, but I'll submit it to the board to determine whether he's met his burden to prove by clear and convincing evidence his entitlement to early termination.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brass. Dr. Park, do you want to make any final remarks before we end this hearing?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I made a big mistake in my career and I have learned my lesson. And now I like to make sure that I put my priorities in patient care and protecting the general public health and safety first. I know there are a lot of patients who cannot afford pay out of pocket, even though they have insurance. And I know there's a lot of patients who never experienced wonderful benefit of a chiropractic. And I would like to serve those patients, especially with the Medicare, that elderly patient with Medicare. I hope you can grant the early termination of my probation so then I can serve them as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park. The matter is now submitted. Go off the record. Okay, thank you. The board will issue a written order with their decision. You'll receive that. It could be a few weeks. I don't know exactly how long, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on.
You want me to say watch it's open to the public or you can see it? Take purpose on.
Welcome, Dr. Cho.
Morning.
Right, thank you. Just wanna- Okay, we're now on the record before the Board of Chiropractic Examiners in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation by Dr. Joshua Han Cho. Board case number AC 2018-1163, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025040396. Today is April the 18th, 2025. I am Administrative Law Judge Karen Reichman from the Office of Administrative Hearings. Welcome. I'm going to ask the Deputy Attorney General to state her appearance, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Dr. Adams and members of the board, Leslie Brast, Deputy Attorney General, appearing this morning for the Office of the Attorney General on behalf of the people.
Okay, and good morning, Dr. Cho. You're representing yourself today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I want to confirm that you have consented to a audio recording instead of a court reporter today.
Yes, I
Okay, thank you. I am going to ask Ms. Brass to describe the documents that have been submitted in the petition packet and to give a brief introduction to this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Happy to. The packet that has been provided to you and all of the members of the board, as well as Dr. Cho, comprises a two-page memorandum to the board from its executive officer summarizing the case, followed by several attachments. First is notice of hearing for today's proceeding. Second is the two-page petition for reinstatement and supporting documentation, including Dr. Cho's written answers to questions in the petition. Third is a memorandum summarizing Dr. Cho's probation compliance prepared by the board's assistant executive officer, who is serving as his probation monitor. Fourth is certification of Dr. Cho's license history with the board, indicating that his license is current and renewed through March 1st of 2026. And finally, the packet includes the board's decision and order granting his petition for reinstatement and placing him on probation, as well as the board's order revoking his license and attaching the underlying accusation. And I ask that be admitted in evidence, please.
Okay, Dr. Cho, have you reviewed the documents that were just described?
I did.
Okay, and do you have any objection to anything in there?
No objections.
Okay, thank you. So that packet will be received into evidence.
With additional.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. That's going to be exhibit number 1, and Dr. Cho has brought some new documents.
Yes.
And can you describe it? Or
It's another certificate of completion for the continuing education.
okay,
That was missing on the package, I didn't realize, so it's dated in February 2025. And the other one is like the certification of appointment for the Chamber of Commerce and the certification of the member for the Lions Club, which I just.
okay. So we have two materials just described by Dr. Cho that are now being distributed, and we have total of 4 pages. So the first page is an updated 12-hour course certificate. Then there's a certificate of appointment to Korean American Chamber of Commerce of LA, certificate of appreciation by the Koreatown Lions Club, and a membership certificate of the Los Angeles Koreatown Lions Club. So I can mark these together, the 4 pages, as petitioner's exhibit number A. Any objection, Ms. Brast, or you will have opportunity to question petitioner about them if you.
Thank you. No objection.
No objection. So exhibit A is also now part of the record. Okay, thank you. Ms. Brast, you want to make your opening remarks?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cho was issued his chiropractic license in September 2001 and had an unblemished history with the board until 2018, when the board's executive officer filed an accusation against him following his 2017 conviction for having committed misdemeanor insurance fraud in violation of Penal Code Section 550B, as in boy, 1. As part of an undercover sting operation by the LA County District Attorney's Office Bureau of Investigation, Dr. Cho submitted fraudulent insurance claims totaling $27,500 for services to patients that he never actually provided. Rather, the patients were recruited to participate in a staged accident, but in Dr. Cho's case, these purported patients were actually undercover investigators with the District Attorney's Office. The accusation alleged 5 causes for discipline, including conviction of a substantially related crime, insurance fraud, and unprofessional conduct for immoral and dishonest conduct, making false statements or misrepresentations, and participating in fraudulent acts. Dr. Cho contested the accusation, and the case went to hearing before an administrative law judge. Following the hearing, the ALJ sustained all 5 causes for discipline and issued a decision proposing revocation in the absence of rehabilitation evidence sufficient to protect the public. The board adopted the ALJ's proposed decision revoking Dr. Cho's chiropractic license effective August 27 of 2018. In April 2021, Dr. Cho successfully petitioned for reinstatement. By then, he had examined and come to a better understanding of his unethical conduct and began the process of healing himself and addressing his shame. And he spent many hours in service to others through missions overseas and through community service through his church. The board found that he had demonstrated sufficient insight into his misconduct, took responsibility for it, and provided adequate assurances that he could practice in a manner consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare on a 3-year probationary term. His petition was thus granted, and he was placed on probation subject to 20 standard and optional conditions of probation. The decision reinstating his license on probation became effective October 12 of 2022. Dr. Cho did not, however, immediately commence probation. Rather, he requested time to restart his practice. Probation was tolled until March 1st of 2023. It is currently set to terminate on March 1st of 2026. Having completed just over 2 years of the 3-year term of probation, Dr. Cho seeks early termination. He appears to have been a compliant probationer, according to the status memorandum included in the packet at pages 34 and 35. His quarterly reports have been submitted complete and on time, and he has likewise ensured that his required billing monitor reports have been timely submitted. Dr. Cho took and passed the Ethics and Boundaries Essay exam in May of 2023, the Special Purposes Examination for Chiropractic in June of 2023, and the California Chiropractic Law Examination in January 2024. He also completed the ethics and education courses required as conditions of his probation. Finally, while the board's order revoking his license in 2018 included the repayment of the board's investigation and prosecution costs in the amount of $2,010, there is no cost recovery condition of his probation. So I assume that these were paid in full before he petitioned for reinstatement. In support of his petition, Dr. Cho submitted receipts for charitable donations and certifications of his completion of coursework. That's found at pages 15 to 32 of the packet. In his written response to questions on the petition itself, at pages 10 through 14, Dr. Cho asserts that his thought process has undergone a complete transformation. He assures the board that if his license is fully restored, he will give it the honor it deserves and be a licensee that the board can be proud of and have confidence that the public will be protected. It has now been nearly 7 years since the revocation of Dr. Cho's license and over 8 years since the misconduct that led to his conviction and revocation. Dr. Cho appears before you this morning seeking early termination of his probation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brass. Dr. Cho, I'm going to put you under oath now. If you'll please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. You can be seated. Please state your name.
Shuahan Cho.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cho. So we are here today on your petition to end your probation term early. The board has already reviewed your petition packet, so the focus here is looking forward, why it would be safe for the public to let you to practice without further board monitoring. So we will hear from you. Ms. Brass will then have an opportunity to ask questions and the board members as well. You also have the right to call a witness. I just want to confirm.
No witness.
Great, thank you. So if you want to go ahead now and address the board.
Yeah, thank you, Honor, the members of the board and the Deputy General. Well, thank you again for taking your time to review my cases. So when I got my license granted and reinstated in 2022, I know I received more than I deserved. So like asking for another favor is like, I feel like it's not on my culture, it's not on my character. I feel like I'm asking too much, but I want to please know that I'm not asking for the early termination because I'm not patient. So I want you to present like my thought process that what I have been through. So let me explain. As stated, my license, chiropractic license, I got my license September 2001. And after 17 years of practice, my license was revoked in August 2018. And based on insurance fraud. And I submitted petition reinstatement and the petition was granted. I got my license back in 2022. And then I was placed on a probation for 3 years. So my rehabilitation effort has two different stages I identified. The one before the reinstatement and the one after the reinstatement. So when I first lost my license, I tried to identify my wrongdoings and my problems. And because before that revocation, I was giving myself too much excuses and I was too generous to myself, based on the fact that my case at the criminal court was just misdemeanor and my case was even dismissed. So of course, I promised myself that I'm not going to make the same mistake again, but it was just a promise to myself and just assurance and just a decision to myself. But I admit that clearly there was no sign of remorse, and I didn't really have a remorse. I was like, and that was like showing during my 2018 hearing. So I gave the board no choice to revoke my license. But after I lost my license, after hit the rock bottom, I revisited my case and tried to identify my problems and seek rehabilitation at every cost. So I start with the therapy to address not only the what happened, but more importantly the role I play in it, and my inability to openly accept the roles that at the administrative hearings. And then I turned into volunteer works at other chiropractic offices. I involved in the Haiti missions, chiropractic missions. And more than anything, I became like open, transparent, and honest with those around me, including my family, my colleagues, and my patients. So at that time, after that process, I was able to like truly have remorse and rehabilitation. And to this day, I'm continuing my rehabilitation effort. And I know it's a lifelong journey that I cannot just stop here, so I'll keep doing it. And after my license was reinstated, I was more focusing on like giving it to the community because that's also part of my rehabilitation, I believe. Because and also that was one of the promise that I gave the board at the my first hearing. I rather give than receive and use my license to serve the community other than like for my personal gains or use it.
Dr. Joe, I appreciate that we have a packet, and what I'd like you to really focus on for the remainder of the time that you have, to focus on present time and what you're
Yes.
doing forward
Yeah, yeah.
in rehabilitation to assure the board that our determination is a possibility here. So we've read the packet, we know what you've done, we've seen what you've done. What are you, focus please now on what you're gonna assure us. You're here to early termination. Why should you, and what are you requesting that for?
Right, okay. Yeah, so in addition to the what's on the package, I continue with okay. I try to be more present and engaged with the chiropractic community and other community that I joined the California Chiropractic Association, American Chiropractic Association, and LA Korean American Chamber of Commerce. Because I believe that involvement give me assurance and the reinforcement that I'm a positive member of the community, not the one harming the public like in the back rooms. So, and well, since my license was reinstated, I fulfilled every term of the probation terms, but I know those are the minimums, like the board want us to fulfill that's minimum assurance, and then I understand that I have to do more than that. So beside those fulfilling those terms, I I joined the Lions Club. It's all for more like a giving. That was my like my focus, and then I'm sure that those involvement gives me the assurance and some safety that I'm not hurting the public and not harming the public. So as I swear in my previous hearing, the only reason I want my license back was to honor it and serve the community, not to use to make a living or abuse it for personal gains. So uh, please understand that I'm not asking this for a favor to terminate early. Yeah, I feel like I'm asking too much, but I want the board to see my continuing effort, rehabilitate and complete the complete transformation that I've been through. So please consider my case if there's any reasonable evidence that I'm safe to the public without the probation watching me over. Thank you.
Ms. Bass, do you have any questions for Dr. Cho?
A few, thank you. Dr. Cho, the board's order revoking your license in 2018 included the repayment of the board's investigation and prosecution costs in the amount of $2,010. Did you pay these costs to the board?
Yes, it's been paid.
Okay, and you paid them before you petitioned for reinstatement? Okay, thank you. What is the status of your criminal conviction? Did I hear you say it had been dismissed?
It's dismissed.
Okay. Do you know when that happened?
It happened before my reinstatement.
Okay. Did you provide documentation of the dismissal at your reinstatement hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. So I've heard you say that you're not seeking early termination because you're impatient. It sounds like you said something about seeking it in order to well, you talked about being less focused on making a living and more focused on using, your profession to serve. But I'm still not clear on why you believe it appropriate to be released from your probationary term early.
Yeah, I I was like, I think twice, maybe 3 times, 4 times over, should I like submit the petition or not? But when my license was granted, I didn't start practice right away. I could, I was like more cautious now, unlike before, like I didn't rush into things and try cutting corners. That was a problem when I lost my license. So I became like a very cautious person, and um, so I didn't start practice right away. Even at that time, it wasn't. My life did not really depend on the practicing chiropractic, but it was already the full motivation to get reinstated. Of course, it is to set the record straight that I don't want to end up like being an individual who lost the license committing fraud, but then get the license back and then earn the trust from the board. And this this petition is the same, that I want to earn the I'm not just trying to avoid accountability just by uh, getting the early termination, but I will be accountable. I want to earn the trust of the board, and I want the board to know that I am unsafe to the public. And to be very honest, on my patient file, when they come in, they sign. I don't have like much file because I don't do insurance billings. I have a very three pages the patient has to sign, and one of them is the notice that I'm on the probation. Yeah, I mean, being honest and the transparent is a little different than like me carrying the scarlet letter. Like embarrassing is embarrassing, and so I want that to be removed. And but before that, I know it is a very serious matter that I'm asking for the to the board, but I want the board to just understand that that I am fair to the public.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll refrain from further questions and give board members an opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ross. I'll turn it over to Dr. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We'll start with you, Dr. Azzolino, this time.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Cruz? Any questions?
Go back here.
Want me to come back to
Come
you?
back to me, yeah.
Dr. Paris?
Hi, Dr. Cho. I just have one question. I recall this many years ago, and I know that there was a lot of thoughtful consideration about the probationary period, and I think one aspect of that that I'd like you to respond to is part of that is not just all the the conditions and that that you've complied with, but it's also the time. And it's about demonstrating that model behavior over a period of time that builds back the trust and the ability for us to. So I'm wondering if is there anything else, like is it what would be extraordinary beyond what was ordered?
Yeah, I will understand the time, the amount of time matters, and that's why I was saying like maybe I'm asking too much to early terminate. But when I first applied for I was given 2 years to be able to petition for the reinstatement. At the time, I waited 4 years. Yeah, so and this time, um, if I wasn't tolling, it is set to terminate this year, October, but because I told, it's been set for to March of 2026. So maybe I'm thinking I'm asking too much, or maybe I'm not asking too much. I was thinking in between, and then so I believe that the time before my reinstatement I waited another 2 years and with the tolling, so the board required 3 years, but I think I have spent enough time to uh, earn the board trust, or it's a little short than what board required, but not too far off that. Like right up to 1 year, I start asking for the lease statement, so that's what I think. I don't know if it was your question there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Ms. Cruz, are you ready now?
Yep.
Ms. Cruz?
So for, you mentioned that what's it called? You volunteered at the chiropractic offices,
Before we say, yes.
before,
Yeah.
it was,
Yes.
oh no, because I have your upon reinstatement of my license, I would be able to perform chiropractic adjustments, other chiropractic care and other without limitations. So is that in your own office after reinstatement?
After the reinstatement, I was tolling for 6 months, and after that, I have my office and I started practice.
Okay,
Yes.
that's why I just wanted clarification, because if it was a volunteering
Oh, no.
after
Yeah,
reinstatement,
they all
then,
volunteer work at
okay.
other chiropractic offices for buildings, and I prepared the top 10 buildings, and that was before I have a license.
Okay. Well then, okay, you kind of answered my question with your prior app, because my question was originally going to be, did you disclose when you were volunteering?
Oh,
But
okay.
since that doesn't apply, thank you.
Yes.
My other question is going to be around your level of openness. You mentioned the word transparency, and just how just in your statement, you mentioned that with your family, your colleagues, and your patients, you're open with them. When it comes to what you had provided here, for groups like, I know Chambers of Commerce, it being a collection of businesses. I believe, what's it called? There has to be, for some, you have to submit a statement, right, of who I am as a business owner. In kind of situations like that, do you find yourself disclosing the state of your license?
Well, I don't mind disclosing, but I didn't disclose like before going up to everybody that I meet.
Yeah, absolutely. No, yes.
Yeah, so, the transparency that being honest and transparent, when I was asking for the reinstatement, my last hearing, I submitted a lot of letters from my other chiropractors, other doctors, and, my patients, my families, and, I submitted like a voluminous amount of letters, and at the letters also, they clearly understand what I've been through and what I have done. So that was the transparency, and of course, I don't have to be shady, I don't have to hide anything, but like I said, I don't meet everybody, and first thing I say, I admit it. Yeah, so, yeah, if you're asking, whichever comments or lines, did I, when I joined them, did I tell them that my license has been revoked and reinstated? I didn't. But if it's been asked, yeah, it's public record, so, yeah, there's no reason for me to.
Yeah, and if say in passing, if asked, would you be honest? I'm hearing you would be honest about it.
Yes. I'm not trying to like
Yeah.
wipe out or erase my record, but
Mhm.
I'm really good with the early termination. I know I understand.
Any questions?
Dr. Daniels?
Hi, Ms. Cho. I just had a question, maybe clarification. You stated that you were helping a colleague with billing.
Before the reinstatement.
Yeah,
That was on my previous hearing.
yeah, I find it strange that you were helping a colleague with billing when that's what you were convicted of was fraudulent billing. Can you?
Yeah, there was more of like a part of my rehab, because it's not, I learned how they bill. It's more like well, I cannot have a paid job. I didn't get paid for that. It was volunteer, but I was there to learn how they bill fully, and that was the purpose of the volunteer. I shouldn't say volunteer. It's my rehab work maybe. Yeah,
Okay.
but it was not paid for position, so I say volunteer.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then on BCE page 42, number 8 and 9, you said you had spoken to a therapist. Are you still speaking to a therapist?
No, not anymore. It was also before. It was like very early stage of my rehabilitation process when I first lost my license.
Okay.
So I went to the therapist, and it was first time that I was able to like finally uh find out how horrible I was. Before, like I said, I was giving myself too much excuses that my case is dismissed. I think I was gonna be fine, but then the board thinks differently that I lost my license. And after that, I seek this therapy. Yeah, not because I was going through depression or anything like that, but I want to put myself together. Yeah, it was depressing. It was hard time. So I had a therapy and then be able to identify. It wasn't like a therapy like the therapist is telling me that uh, it's okay, Dr. Cho, you're a good person, you will be fine. It's not like that. It was more like uh, dive deep into the root, find out like my real problem that it is serious, that it's very serious than what the criminal judge, the criminal court has decided, because ethically and professionally, and so that was first time I really find out about myself, and that was good starting point, good process. But right now, I don't do the therapy anymore because I don't need the pills, or I'm not in the patient. I'm rejoiced.
That's fine.
Joyful, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Are you involved in personal injury now as a
I
chiropractor?
don't.
So you don't do any
I don't
personal injury cases?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad, but I don't plan to do it in my office. Yeah, if my current patient involved in an accident, if they ask me to treat them, I will, but then I'll.
So you are doing personal injury?
No, I don't. Haven't,
You haven't had a patient ask you to do it?
not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you told your probation for a while. How long have you been actively seeing patients now in your clinic?
2 years
So,
since the reinstatement.
and would you consider yourself full-time in practice right now?
Part-time.
Okay, and so what do you consider part-time?
Seeing patient 2 or 3 times a week. No, I'm not.
You mean 2 or 3 days?
No, 2 or 3 days a week. Yes.
And so you're in your office 2 or 3 days a week,
Yes.
and what are you doing with the rest of your time?
When I lost my license, I was involved in the wholesale of nutritional supplements to other practitioners. Not into the public, but to the other practitioners.
And you're still doing that?
Yeah, it's still my business, and those doctors in Korea.
Is that your primary focus in practice now, is more on the nutritional side, and then you're seeing patients?
It is, my practice right now is chiropractic, and I do nutritional counseling, yes.
Okay,
But it's strictly nutritional counseling. I know about like, I just co-manage, if they have a insulin resistance, like weight loss, I co-manage them. I know my boundaries, so yeah. I don't claim to like, I don't tell them to quit the drugs or anything. Yeah, but it's just a nutritional counseling, but also straight chiropractic, as I always have been.
so you're adjusting patients,
Of course, I do.
you are adjusting patients, the 2 to 3 days a week?
Yes.
And are you in there the whole day, like say 7, 8 hours a day on those days?
Yeah, I check in like 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock.
So just real quick, when you got involved in this fraudulent scheme,
Yes.
were you approached by someone else, or did you approach someone else?
No, my practice had some referrals from multiple law offices.
So you were approached, or you had people sent to you?
People sent to me.
So you didn't actively go out and say, I want to be involved in this scheme, you had people sent to you?
If I were doing that, maybe my punishment would be like much higher than just misdemeanor and dismissed. Yeah, but I did not actively involved. I did not approach to the offices, but I accept the cases. I mean, it's already bad, but I accept the cases from the law offices.
Okay. I get the impression that part of the reason for your early termination request is that you're somewhat embarrassed about having to tell people that you are on probation and that you'd like to not have to let people know about that?
Yeah, on my patient signing sheets, I mean, it's not the whole purpose, but, yeah.
But
Information.
listen,
Yeah.
listen, this is the time to be candid, so
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
is that part of the reason?
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I have.
Because you're embarrassed.
It is,
You're embarrassed by having to tell somebody I committed fraud in my past, correct?
no, that I'm still on the probation.
And you're on probation because you committed fraud.
Yes, okay.
And you have to tell them that you're on probation because you committed fraud,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, so it's embarrassing. So one thing to understand is that I want to ask you this and I want an honest answer. What do you think about the embarrassment of your actions on the profession?
Um, it weighs a lot. It weighs a lot, and it's something that I would carry lifelong. Yeah, it's not gonna be wiped out or erased. Yeah, it is public record. I understand. Yeah, so and it also reflects that my past. So that it's not just the embarrassment stuff, but it's more of like that's also part of like a reassurance that makes me more cautious person. Uh, like in my previous hearing, I stated that I'm very nice to my patient. Patient likes me, but being a nice doctor versus, but at the same time, I'm much nice to the law office that I was very compliant. So being compliant like weak and being nice together created a disaster for me. It caused this is bad for the profession and public. It caused the harm. So
Yeah.
I know that there's a straight line. So that embarrassment always like give me the reflection
Right.
that I should be careful.
So I want to reiterate that when we reinstated your license, we would not have reinstated your license if we thought you were a threat to the public from a, physical harm or the purpose of probation is so that, as Dr. Pear said, is that there's a pattern that you're establishing that you can be monitored about behavior from before. You eloquently in your testimony stated there's the
Yeah.
there's pre-Dr. Cho, and then there's the post-Dr. Cho, right? And there's the pre-Dr. Cho that was a fraudster, was a cheater, was in essence, from the records I've seen, kind of a bully with your staff about telling them to do things that were not right, that were clearly fraudulent. And then to contest it at hearing, knowing what that had all been done, that's the pre-Dr. Cho, right? And what we saw 3 or 4 years ago now was the post-Dr. Cho. We've seen that. We've got the record on that. The purpose of probation is to establish that pattern, okay? That's the purpose of it. And so, honest answer right here, do you feel that you've done everything in your power, that there's not, because you've stated multiple times, maybe I'm asking too much?
I do.
And the answer might be, maybe you are. Maybe you're not ready. Maybe fulfilling the terms of probation is the right answer. That's not for me to discuss with you right now, other than that you've made that statement a couple times. But I want you to just be clear that that's our job. And when we're asking those questions about that, to be clear on that. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Brass, do you want to make any final remarks?
No, Your Honor, just congratulate Dr. Cho on his good compliance thus far, and I'll submit it to the board for his decision.
Thank you. Dr. Cho, do you want to make any final remarks before we conclude?
So, I understand the purpose of speaking is to the public, from the individual who hold the license, to use that license to only benefit the public, not from. And I understand the seriousness of what I'm asking, but I'm not asking for terminations to escape my accountability or because I'm embarrassed with my one note that in my patient signing sheets. But it's about whether I have truly earned on back the trust, which you already have given to me once, like when you reinstate my license. But again, to the board that if I earn the trust from the board and the public and the professions, so and during my course, entire 7 years, even the last 2 years, I've learned that I still have, I grow more. So I continue to reflect every day on what it means to only benefit the public, not harm it. So I hope you find that I have earned the trust required to move forward in my practice without any restriction and to continue to serve the patients, my community. And also without probation, I can mentor or I can help other chiropractors too. The Haiti mission is it's not just a chiropractic mission. It's not only helping the Haiti people, but it's also helping the chiropractic students. Uh, so I can be a better mentor. Right now, I can't have any uh, preceptorship or any internship for the chiropractic students. My office is right next to the LACC, which is Southern California University of Health Science. So maybe without limitation, I can be more involved, more help to the professions. Well, thank you for hearing me today, and I deeply appreciate your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is now submitted. We're now off the record. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cho.
Thank you.
The board will take it under submission and you'll receive the order, a written order within a few weeks.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Appreciate that. I think we have to do our compliant bio breaks
Okay.
for our responsibilities to your staff, right?
If they can actually come and go, so if you want to take a quick one, that's fine, but they're,
Can we take a quick one then instead of
Yeah.
a long one? Okay, let's
Yeah.
let's take five. Let's come back in 5 minutes. Any team that's come back at about 10:25.
Well,
All right, we are now back in session. And
Okay.
Bragman, turn the time over to you.
Okay, so we are now on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of revoked license of Pakop Dervishayan. Board case number AC 2017-1150, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025040400. Today is April the 18th, 2025. I am Administrative Law Judge Karen Reichman from the Office of Administrative Hearings. Counsel, if you would please state your appearances for the record, beginning with Ms. Brast.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Adams and members of the board. Leslie Brass, Deputy Attorney General, appearing this morning for the people.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Beckman and the members of the board. My name is Justin Small. I'm an attorney with Neighborhood Legal Services, representing Mr. Dervishan for the petition for reinstatement.
And the petitioner, Mr. Dervishan, is also present. Good morning. I am going to ask Ms. Brad to introduce and describe what's in the petition and make a brief opening introduction.
Thank you, Your Honor. The packets, which have been prepared by staff and distributed to yourself and the board members, comprise a two-page memorandum to the board from its executive officer summarizing the case, followed by several attachments. First is notice of hearing for today's proceeding. Second is the two-page petition for reinstatement and I believe 148 pages of supporting documentation. Third is a single-page continuing education log prepared by board staff. Fourth is certification of Dr. Dervishan's license history with the board. And fifth is the board's default decision and order revoking Dr. Dervishan's chiropractic license effective September 24th of 2017.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to mark that packet as exhibit number 1. Mr. Small, any objection to anything in exhibit number 1?
No objection.
Okay, so that's now admitted into the record. Thank you.
Dr. Dervishan was issued his chiropractic license in April 2009. In mid-2017, the board's executive officer filed an accusation against him alleging 4 causes for discipline predicated on 2 2017 arrests and 1 conviction. On January 20, 2017, Dr. Dervishan was convicted of having unlawfully taken a vehicle. He was arrested after police saw him driving erratically in October of 2016 and located drugs and drug paraphernalia in the car. The car neither belonged to him nor was he authorized to be driving it. Rather, the car was identified as a Hertz rental car rented by Dr. Dervishan's mother, which he had absconded with 3 weeks earlier. The record that we have in the board's disciplinary action concerning the second arrest is less clear. On March 10, 2017, Dr. Dervishan was arrested for carjacking and assault by means of force, both felonies. A criminal complaint was filed, and in his written statement in support of this petition, Dr. Dervishan clarifies that his second arrest, like the first, did eventually result in his conviction after the board's disciplinary action, and that he served 8 months in LA County Jail. Dr. Dervishan also acknowledges that he was using substances at the time of his arrests and convictions. Dr. Dervishan failed to return notice of defense. In fact, the accusation served on him at his address of record was returned to sender, and his chiropractic license was revoked by default, effective September 24th, 2017. While the factual findings include a determination that the reasonable costs of the agency's investigation and enforcement amounted to $2,057.50, there is no order that these costs be reimbursed. More than 7 years have passed since the revocation of Dr. Dervishan's license. This is his first petition for reinstatement. He reports that he has been sober since March of 2017 when he went to jail and submitted a great deal of rehabilitation evidence, as I indicated I believe it's 148 pages, in support of his petition. In addition to the written statement that I mentioned, he submitted Penal Code Section 1203.4 orders of dismissal as to both of his convictions, certificates of completion of 7 years of continuing education courses, numerous certifications of coursework completion and trainings, awards, accolades, an old news story, proof of attendance at therapy, anger management, and 12-step meetings, and 19 very strong letters of support from a variety of individuals from different aspects of his life, including his therapist, professional colleagues, his supervisor, and licensed chiropractors. These testimonials come from those who've known him long before his convictions and incarceration, and those who met him through his work for a job training and employment resource center, helping individuals like himself recover their lives. Dr. Derbeshian appears before you today seeking reinstatement. He is represented this morning by Attorney Justin Small. So I will leave further summarization of the extensive evidence of rehabilitation to his counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brass. Mr. Small, first up, there was some supplemental evidence, if you want to go over that and
Yes, Your Honor.
just briefly describe what's in the packet.
Thank you. The Office of the Attorney General, the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the board members were provided with supplemental supportive evidence that was gathered after the time that this petition was filed in October. They reflect five additional letters of support, including 2 updated letters of support, one from his therapist, as well as a confirmation that he's currently receiving therapy from Ms. Tracy Ragland. Additionally, there is a document from the County of Los Angeles Probation Department dated December 10th, 2024, in which it shows that his security clearance was cleared through the probation department as part of his employment with the Center for Living and Learning. Finally, there is an award that Mr. Derbeshian received as part of his work for the Center of Living and Learning on December 6th, 2024, certificate on ethics, boundaries, and professional conduct that he received. Some certificates related to his original treatment after he was released from his second conviction from the Los Angeles Transition Center. And finally, updated proof of attendance of Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous meetings dated from after the petition was submitted from mid-September of last year up until last week. We ask that this supplemental evidence be introduced into the record.
So I'm going to mark this packet as petitioner's exhibit A. Ms. Brass, do you want to be heard on any of these documents?
No objection, Your Honor, and I can upload
They have
this
been.
packet to Case Center. Oh, they have? Thank you. Right.
Thank you. So this packet is now received into evidence as exhibit A. Okay. Mr. Small,
Yes, Your Honor. We also have one witness today. Would the preference be for the witness to be called first?
however you want.
I would prefer to have Mr. Derbeshian provide his testimony at first and then call the witness. Any objections?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Derbeshian, I'm going to put you under oath. If you please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And if you'll please state your name.
Uncle Derbeshian.
Thank you, Mr. Derbeshian. Your attorney is now going to ask you some questions. The Attorney General may have questions, and then the board members. Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Derbeshian, if you'd like to take a moment to introduce yourself to the board.
No, my name is Jacob Derbeshian. I want to thank the board members for hearing my case today. And I want to state that I'm genuinely sorry for the mistakes that I have made. And I accept the responsibility for my actions. And if the board finds me suitable to practice again, as chiropractic is my passion in my life. It has been since I discovered it in college. And I would greatly appreciate it, and I will go the extra mile with whatever stipulations need be for their education. I'm open to any stipulation, just need a chance to get back to my passion and serve people and help people out of pain and misery. Back to their community and their community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gershman. I would like to start with your declaration that was provided. It's pages 12 through 15 of the packet of Exhibit 1 for the board, excuse me, 16. We're here today for a petition for reinstating the revoked license, which was noted by Councilor Brash as a result of two convictions that occurred during the period of 2016 and 2017. Can you please provide for the board information on what was going on for you at the time directly before your convictions and during your convictions, starting with the vehicle code section 10851, taking the vehicle without the owner's consent?
Sure. I got my license in 2009, and I started practicing chiropractic. Because my dream, helping people who never had any issues with the boards, documents. All my clients were happy. My lease was ending. It was a 5-year lease, and the landlord wanted to increase almost to double. So I decided to move. The initial office was started off with family help financially. So there was codependency. I had to take care of them pretty much. So it was a lot for me to take care of them, my family that I had just made, and my parents. I was basically responsible. I was the beacon of hope for everybody. So as soon as I made it, first generation college student, graduate, everybody depended on me to take care of all their financial needs. My parents, the family that I came from, my brother, and my family that I made. I got married in 2010. I had 2 children, one in 2012, one in 2015. So I relocated to get out of this codependency from Van Nuys to Lake Balboa office in 2014. The relocation caused retention. It was hard to retain the clients from the move, and so I started experiencing financial hardships, taking care of everybody. And my parents were ill. My dad was an amputee. I was constantly assisting them, and basically I failed as a provider and as a father, as a husband, and as a son. And we lost our apartments. I let my license expire in 2015. I got separated from my wife and kids. They went back to living with the in-laws. So I was in a sea of darkness. So I didn't know what to do. So I started using to cope with all these stressors, and I didn't know how to ask for help, who to ask. So I moved in after losing everything. I moved in with my parents to take for them, for their medical needs, transportation, and my car was repossessed. The final step that led to the conviction. My car was repossessed, so my mother rented a vehicle, which I kept in excess. I accept the fact that I felt like at that time, that was the only means of transportation. I had no other financial means to purchase a vehicle. I had lost everything. I knew I was doing the wrong thing. I accept the responsibility, but at the time, I felt like I had no other choice. And I knew I was doing the wrong thing, which I fully regret. I should have been more responsible. And I was also using to cope with all these stressors. And I was hanging out with people that were in and out of my cars. And some of the things that were found in my vehicle, I'm not shifting blame. I accept it. I was made a mistake. And then, which led to around the same time, the second conviction. I was in a vehicle, car accident. I was passengering, which escalated into a conflict. And the gentleman I was with, I didn't know his intentions. He took off with the other party's vehicle. So I got the charge for carjacking. I got bailed out. My mom bailed me out. It was, I was ashamed and guilty. I couldn't explain to my mom how it came to this, but I went to court a month after, and they did an ad charge, and then I went to county jail. I served the time in 12/05/2017. The carjacking was dismissed, and I got time served for the assault with the weapon charge.
Mr. Derbyshire, you write about, and thank you very much for sharing. I know this is difficult to go back into. When you wrote in your declaration that the day in which you were arrested and spent in lockup in March of 2017 related to this case, you referred to it as the lowest point in your life. Can you talk a little bit about what was going through your head at that time?
Yes, I knew I had hit rock bottom, and I had to make a change for my kids and for my wife and kids. So I made amends to do everything I can and every opportunity to better myself, seize every training, self-care, fellowships. And from then on, I actually took an anger management course in a county jail. I completed it, but I got court released. That's why I don't have proper documentation to prove that. And then once I was released, I followed through with all the stipulations by the judge, the probation office. I granted early termination of probation due to the judge's discretion, seeing my rehabilitation efforts. And the felony was reduced to misdemeanor and expunged. And I have completed every opportunity, every training opportunity that was presented. Started working at the Center for Living and Learning after my dad passed in 2018. My mom passed, I'm sorry, right after I was released, 6 days after. And then I took care of my dad. He passed in 2018. And I asked my wife for a chance, and we moved back together to Hollywood in 2019. Ever since then, I've been doing everything in my power to be a provider. I started doing DoorDash, and then I got an opportunity to work for a nonprofit, Center for Living and Learning. And through my efforts, the director seen my efforts, and she gave me a promotion, permanent position to employment specialist. And then shortly after, she gave me another promotion to a secular grant, skills and experience and careers of tomorrow, serving the public. It's under JCOD, Justice Care and Opportunities Department. It's subcontracted by the county. So I started as a career coach there, and today I'm a program manager and coordinator for the sector grant that is serving the public wellness, safety, and health, starting from housing to referrals to therapy, need-based, whatever the need is. I have a team now under me working job developer, career coaches, and a peer navigator that I'm managing. And we serve the public basically. Every client that comes in, I see myself. As I had hit rock bottom, I see myself in them, that they're coming from different walks in life. Homelessness, could be mental health issues, justice impacted, domestic violence victim, whatever the case may be. We help make sure we navigate them, steer them correctly to give them supportive service. Care first, housing is first, so we make sure they're housed. And then from there, give them training opportunities, and then supporting service financially, draws, and place them in employment and follow them for 1 year to make sure they stay in their job.
Thank you very much for sharing, Mr. Derbyshire. I'd just like to take a moment to the board to reflect that the expungements that my client is referring to are reflected in pages 18 through 22 of the packet. showing that the original charge was dismissed and the felony charge was reduced to a misdemeanor and then expunged, and that both charges have been set aside and dismissed by the court. Mr. Dervishan, I appreciate you sharing about your current work for the Center of Living and Learning. You've also shared a lot of information around the different supports you've availed yourself of over the last 7 years. Can you talk a little bit about the tools that you've received through people like your therapists, Tracy Lagland and Norma Kirch, and how they've helped you over the past 7 years?
Sure. So I've seen two therapists in the past, and one of them I'm actively seeing. We started off with Norma Hirsch, who started covering anger management, state communication skills, management of interpersonal skills. And with Tracy Ragland, that I'm actively seeing, we covered CBT, the cognitive behavioral therapy, covered DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy, which is to process grief and trauma. And we covered coping skills, how to identify your triggers, to decrease symptoms, stressors. And we're continually working with her, and she's readily available to me. And we constantly meet every week, and how to overcome obstacles in case this ever happens again. And have a support system that I have generated, a program that works for me, the people that I associate with, people in recovery, my director, my coworker, my associate director, my chiropractic colleagues, Dr. Anish Chandra. We've been in communication with other doctors of chiropractic. And my wife is my North Star. She's my biggest supporter, and my children look up to me. I have an aunt that's also a support system for me. Doing everything I can to get back to my passion, which is chiropractic. And I have grown as a man, and I have gathered tools, coping mechanisms to identify situation. I actually became CBI certified too, along with the support service for the clients. We provide CBI, cognitive behavioral intervention classes, 10 days that I facilitate. It's 20 sessions, hardest situations, how to rewire your thought process during hardest situations, old way of thinking, new way of thinking, and show them how the feelings, actions, and can have the thoughts, feelings, and actions can have different consequences, and show them the old way of thinking, and a new way of thinking, how the cost benefit analysis, and show them how to be better in hardest situations. I also became an anger management facilitator along the way. And like I said, I try to seize every opportunity I can to understand my mistakes and how to regulate the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex navigation to reset and activate, so you don't react, but you respond to situations.
Thank you, Mr. Dervishan. I just want to return to a few other points that you've mentioned over your testimony. The first was just that, as noted by Councilor Bash, that your license was issued in 2009, but that you let it expire in 2015, as you mentioned, due to financial pressures. Just to confirm, you were not practicing chiropractic at the time of either of your criminal convictions.
I let my license expire in 2015. I wasn't aware the stipulation that it was placed in 2017. I never received documents from the boards.
And why was that, Dr. Dervishan?
I was incarcerated.
Thank you. And then just to talk about a statement in your declaration, you said that the day that you were in lockup related to your second conviction, you decided that you needed to maintain your sobriety moving forward. You've availed yourself of a lot of resources. Can you speak a little bit about how the resources you've shared in this petition have helped you with your sobriety?
So I joined every avenue of fellowship I could. I tapped into NA, AA, IDAA, International Doctors of AA. And so I was introduced to IDAA through one of my clients. She was a doctor, MD. And once I seen the stuff that people went through, and I felt like I wasn't alone, I beat myself up as that I had felt, and I had seen that there's hope that people go through things, it's life, and then as long as you utilize the tools and join like-minded people in recovery and have support, there's there's a way of life to change yourself, given a second chance. And I've been continually uh, following through with the fellowship and the steps, doing inventory, working on your character defects and shortcomings, and it was very helpful. Initially, I was in denial a little bit, but once I started joining, it made sense. Everything, the steps and the 12 steps and how to better yourself as a person, doing more inventory, working on your character defects and your shortcomings and service. Towards the end of the steps, it goes back to serving the people, which I've been doing for about 5 years. We've been serving the public, making sure that health and wellness and safety is in a good space. I wish I had people get back into the community today, and I just wish I can help people get out of pain tomorrow or whenever. If the board sees my rehabilitation efforts, get them out of pain and misery back to their activities of daily living. Chiropractic is my passion. And I discovered it from Cal State Northridge, hurt my back, and it was an aha moment. I went to a chiropractor and I was 80% better from the first adjustment, so I had a career shift and followed through and became a chiropractor and lived my dream for about 5 years until life happened in the financial setbacks and adversities. And I'm into a space where I didn't know how to handle at the time. I didn't know there was tools and how to ask for help. So I felt that the person, and I recognized my mistakes. I accept full responsibility. I have grown and changed as a man, and I hope the board, everybody sees that my rehabilitative efforts and gives me a chance to practice again with whatever stipulations may be, further education, testing. I'm open for growth and development, whatever needs to be done. If given the opportunity, I would show board that I'm a true chiropractor at heart, and I'm willing to go the extra mile to prove to the board members that I am a changed man. I'm not the same person I was years ago. I made mistakes, and I take full responsibility.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Ms. Brass, do you have any questions of the petitioner?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Gerber.
Morning.
I have a few clarifying questions for you. I want to understand the relationship between the Center for Living and Learning and sector, which I believe stands for Skills Experience for the Careers of Tomorrow. Is that right?
Yes. So the Center for Living and Learning is a nonprofit in Van Nuys, one I work for. And the sector, Skills and Experience of Careers of Tomorrow, is a grant funded by JCOT, Justice Care and Opportunities Department, which is a LA County contract that we have. And I'm the program manager for that, program at the center. And we provide, cognitive behavioral intervention, training opportunities, supportive service, and employment services, job readiness. And, we make sure they keep the jobs that they get. For 1 year, we follow them with check-ins and make sure they're successfully join the employment.
So you said you're the program manager. Is that for sector?
Yes,
Okay, and was that your second or third position with sector?
so initially, I got a TSC. I don't know if the board knows what TSC is. It's temporary subsidized employment with the county office. Since we were, had public benefits, there was opportunity presented to the welfare office. So I took the initiative and, it was 10 months, trial period. So I started as a temporary subsidized employment in January of 2020. In November of 2020, the director gave me a permanent employment after the 10 months was over, after she seen my, work that I would do for the people. And I became an employment specialist. And then January of following year, 2021, the sector grant, is when it started. So I was a career coach at that time. And then recently, I, this year I became program manager. I have a team under me.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you were doing some work for DoorDash for a time.
Yes,
You got a job with the Center for Living and Learning.
one,
That was the TSE position. That position then became permanent and you were an employment specialist
Mhm.
for the Center for Living and Learning. When the sector grant came through, you started with that program as a career coach and ultimately promoted to being the manager of that program.
yes.
Okay, and that's currently your full-time job?
Currently my full-time job. I'm the sole provider for my wife and kids that I live with. And, yes.
And the focus of the program is getting people back to work?
The focus of the program has a broad vision, based, need-based. It's a training and employment program, but we also provide housing support, referrals to therapy, expungement, referrals to, agencies for legal aid or neighborhood legal services. Need-based, we do a thorough, case review and come up with a care plan, need-based, and then try to follow the care plan and make sure we have them successfully graduate and re-enter the community.
And who are the clients of the program?
It's open to the public. To qualify, you have to be arrested one time in your life, even as a juvenile qualifies you. But it's open to the public. We have people coming from all walks of life.
And how large is the staff?
The sector staff, it has 2 career coaches, 1 peer navigator. We had a job developer that just quit. We interviewed her. We're gonna hire a new job developer.
Okay, and all of those individuals report to you?
Yes,
And I'm sorry, when did you promote to manager?
it was, July of last year, as though we.
July of 2024.
Yes, we renewed the grant and, was promoted to management.
Okay, is that an annual renewal?
We got a 5-year grant, but we still do it, 1 yearly. We just started renewed again, which starts in July of this year for 1 year. Based on the deliverables and outcomes, placements and success stories. two other sectors lost their contract, but we're doing exceptionally well. And, with a lot of success with helping the people get out of, first hardships and helping them be well and re-enter the workforce.
You mentioned that you became certified in CBI, which I understand stands for Cognitive Behavioral Intervention.
Yes, it was through University of Cincinnati. It was end of 2020, right around the time that the sector grant was going to start. My director asked me to, I was open to facilitate and complete the certification, so I did. And I generated the packet. It was through ocean of information. So I extracted it and made a course selected on topics related to workforce. And I started the class and it continues until today.
Are your job duties currently more administrative?
I'm overwatching and making sure that the team is doing their job. We do case reviews. And I guide them pretty much now. So make sure their CMS, there's different portals we use through the county case management portal, and we have our internal portal. I'm overwatching, making sure that the team is doing a good job and they're successful.
And I understand you two have had two therapists.
Yes.
Is that right? So there's Ms. Ragland, Ragland.
Yes.
Do you know what her credentials are?
She's a professional counselor, APC.
Okay. And how long have you, let's see, you've been with her since January 2024,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
To present. I'm still seeing her.
Okay. And then you saw, let's see, I have it somewhere, Dr. Norma Hirsch, Hirsch, I believe.
For a 6-month period, after we went through all the high points. And she felt like I was in a good space, so we stopped for some time. And I just wanted to continue, so I joined again with Tracy just to have support, the life support actively. I believe it's healthy for everybody to have someone to talk to, because we go through life and sometimes you need to vent and get out like situations. It's healthy for everybody to have a support person or anybody to talk to, just share your feelings, and bottling up your emotions is not healthy. So
I want to turn to your substance use. How do you understand your relationship? I mean, how do you think of yourself? Let me start there. Do you identify as an addict or an alcoholic?
I was never diagnosed with substance use or alcoholism. I voluntarily joined all those fellowships to just better myself, since I made amends to my wife and kids that I'm gonna be a better person.
Okay.
I joined every avenue I can to learn, to grow.
So I understand that neither of your therapists has identified you as having like a substance use disorder. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But how do you identify? Do you think of yourself as an addict or an alcoholic?
No, I was in a dark place at the time, going through financial hardship. And I didn't know how to process all the anxiety and stress, failure. So I was using to cope and escape reality at the time, which was a short period. And, I don't identify as an alcoholic or substance user.
Okay, nevertheless, you've been abstaining since, do you have a date that you identify as a
Yes,
sobriety date?
March. The
Yes,
time I was incarcerated, I knew I had hit rock bottom and I couldn't continue with this anymore. And from then on, all my rehabilitation efforts began, and continues and I follow a program that works. Today, I have my support system, and the therapist I continue to see. I have my wife and kids. I'm a provider. I have all the support systems in case life happens again. I learned all the coping mechanisms, identifying the stressors in case I do have financial hardship. Again, I would know how to handle it in the future.
So I saw that in your materials, March 2017, I believe, right?
Yes.
Do you have a specific day that you identify
The
or?
day that I went into jail.
Okay, so you don't know the specific date, but,
No, but that was that day that I was taken to jail.
okay. And have you abstained from drugs and alcohol?
Yes,
And is that your plan going forward?
yes.
Um, Nevertheless, you attend 12-step meetings,
I
correct?
do.
And I know that is an issue sometimes, with people who don't identify attending meetings. How does that work?
It
in
is,
your
it's weird,
community?
because you have to start off by saying, I'm an addict, and I always have a hard time sharing, starting like that. I have brought it up to their attention. You guys have recovered, why are you starting off as I'm an addict? And I still haven't understood that part. And so I'm just, learning as everybody shares. I'm learning from their experiences, how they overcame their obstacles. It's a learning experience, just food for thought. You hear people sharing and how they fought their adversities, and you learn and better yourself.
Have you experienced any cravings or suffered any relapses?
No, I'm not.
So what do you get out of 12-step attendance?
I get everybody, there's a speaker, a new speaker every Sunday, and every person has a different story. So they share for about 30 to 40 minutes. Basically their life story, how they failed and how they overcame. So every session that I attend, I learn something new, because every person has a different life story. And it's open for sharing at the end if you want to share yourself, but it's like a school of information that you couldn't get anywhere else, because it's hard to share your failures, right?
So I have a few more questions. I'm going to try to keep you focused on the questions so I can get through them.
Sure.
And give the board members a chance. Have you worked with a sponsor?
I do have a sponsor,
So that's a yes.
yes.
And do you sponsor anybody?
I don't, I have not developed that level of expertise yet. One day.
Okay. And you've worked the steps with your sponsor?
We started on some of the steps. I studied the steps myself, but I haven't actually worked the steps all the way through. But we have worked some of the steps.
Okay. Do you have a regular home meeting that you attend?
No, but I meet on Zoom on the Sundays because I work full time and it's hard. I'm the only provider for my wife and kids. So it's more convenient to do it on Zoom.
So you attend a variety of meetings
And
on
now,
Sundays?
now I just attend one meeting, the one that I've been attending for over a year now, since January of last year.
Okay. Do you regard that as sort of your home
Yes.
community?
Yeah,
When you were using, what were you using?
I was using marijuana and methamphetamine.
And did alcohol also play a role as a coping strategy for you during that time?
Not so much, not so much.
I've heard you talk about your openness to what you called any stipulation, which I understand you to mean you're agreeable to any conditions of probation that the board would apply. Is that right?
Yes.
And how would you feel if the board applied drug and alcohol conditions to you, given that you don't really identify as an alcoholic or addict?
I'm open to any stipulation the board feels that's needed. I'm open.
And just one final question. What have you substituted as a coping strategy?
Being with family, coming to a dinner, having time with my family, spending time with my kids, transferring my knowledge. I have a 13-year-old son, 12, 9-year-old daughter, just spending time with them and spending time with them on the weekend, taking them places, just family time. Since I got a chance, my wife, she gave me a chance, and separation from wife and kids is a hard thing. So since I got that chance, I've been the best version of myself. So I don't lose that chance, and I get joy spending time with my wife and kids and transferring my strengths to my children. My son is a magnate, he's gifted, so I'm proud of him. He just got 4 awards, and just all the family oriented things. There's a lot of separation today in life, and that breaks families and breaks the children's core.
Yeah, let me stop you there. I want to give the board members an opportunity. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Dr. Adams.
We have this, I think, I'm just kind of holding off on.
I thought we'd let you question the petitioner and then.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Then we can call the witness afterwards.
Okay,
That's fine.
sounds good. Let's start with Dr. Paris.
I have no questions, but I would like to congratulate you on your rehabilitation efforts. We see a lot of petitioners that improve themselves and their own lives, not as many that seemingly have so much impact on the lives of others and helping other people improve their lives. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Daniels.
Hi. I just have one question, since you are, you have a full-time job right now. How would you, if you were to get your license back, what does that look like? And how would you manage, first of all, how would you begin that process? What does that look like for you? And then would you keep your current job, and how would you manage all of that? And have you given that thought, and do you have a plan?
That's an excellent question. I've been thinking about that, and my director is very mindful. She's afraid to lose me as an employee, and she said if all goes well, you can work around your schedule part-time. You can start off part-time and slowly transition until we figure out a way to find someone like you to replace you here.
So your goal and your plan eventually would be to be full-time in practice?
Yes, but initially I would like to work for the joint, as Dr. Anish Chandra works for the joint. I would like to join the joint chiropractic as part-time, just to slowly get acclimated back to chiropractic. And then once I get my belts and suspended in place, then I will go full force as a chiropractor.
And since it's been, I think, 10 years since you practiced, I mean, practicing requires a lot of psychomotor skills and, knowing how to do exams, et cetera. How do you plan to address that?
I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos on assessments and adjustments. I've been reading books and furthering my education, in more seminars over the time too. And I think chiropractic adjustments is like riding a bicycle. It's like either you get it or you don't. So I was an excellent adjuster, and I would take more classes to just oil up all my skills and to be a better provider.
And you've said you'll do anything, so I assume you'd be willing to take part 4 of the national boards again?
Yes, if needed, thank you.
Great, thank you. No more questions.
Dr. Anzalino.
I just want to commend you on all that you've done
Thank you, sir.
and keep moving forward,
Thank you.
positive direction.
Thank you.
Ms. Cruz?
Start off by saying congratulations, absolutely, on what everyone has said so far on just the progress you've made kind of within yourself, but also within the community. Just even just working for an organization with such wraparound services for clientele is always amazing. Some questions I have is outside of Dr. Chandra, is there other kind of chiropractic colleagues that you've engaged? And I'm interested to know how you've engaged with the chiropractic community.
Yes, I have other chiropractic friends that we graduated with. Of course, the cohort started with 53 and only 6, 7 of us graduated at the end. So I do keep in communication. I regularly visit them to get adjustments myself because we all need to stay well. Just basic pelvic misalignment, you live with pain, not knowing what chiropractic is, and it leads to prolonged problems. And I have been visiting, to answer your question, yes, my friends that are practicing actively and now I'm asking to get adjusted just to stay well myself.
Kind of when kind of with your chiropractic peers or colleagues, is it just for adjustment or is there kind of discussions on what your personal next steps would be, right? Like
I want to explore their thoughts and they're open and willing to give me opportunity once licensed to practice again. I always ask them, and they all know me that I have a good heart. You know, I help people and they're open to give me a chance to independent contractor, associate, whatever that may look like, down the line.
Okay. And then last question is, actually, not a question, just more of a comment is, can I also appreciate kind of you and looking, already kind of having an idea of what you want to do? In order, like, for example, with the joint, it being what's it called, a private pay type of organization where, right, you don't have to deal with insurance. So it just kind of, I appreciate that you have.
Thank
No other questions.
Thank you. Again, I commend you for your efforts thus far in your rehabilitation. And this is kind of a quasi question also for your witness, and that is that, that's your plan for employment in chiropractic. And perhaps you've had a discussion with them about the disclosure of your past convictions and your loss of license. And if your license is reinstated, that you would likely be under probationary circumstances. And is that going to jeopardize your employment, having to disclose that to any patients that you'll take care of in your employment?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know the answer to that, and I would be transparent. And if it becomes an obstacle, I'll try to find other avenues. But again, transparency is strong, and if you're upfront and personal and openly share, somebody can understand you and give you a chance. You can knock on 10 doors, one of them open.
Yeah. Well, perhaps we'll get an answer to that in a moment.
Yes, sir.
And so you're getting therapy weekly,
Yes,
and your intent is to continue that?
yes.
Okay. And along the same lines of the DAG's questions relative to your sobriety, and forgive me, DAG, if I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, but I think her intent is to address, knowing what I do know about NA and AA, is part of the reason for identifying is that you assume that accountability, that culpability for your actions, and that every day, you're committing to your sobriety.
Mhm.
So when you stand up and you say, hello, my name is, and you say your name and you say I'm an addict or I'm an alcoholic, that's your acknowledgement that I have a weakness, that I have a lack. And I think part of her reasoning for being pinpointed or questioning, if I may be so bold, is that that's part of where our assurance is that you're committed to that principle every day. Because that seems to, what got you into trouble is the pressure, which everybody has their story,
Yes.
but the pressure, and are you every day recommitting and doing the things that you have to do to maintain that commitment to yourself And obviously, if you're giving your license back to your community as a chiropractor.
Yes. Yes, thank you for bridging the gap on that part that I couldn't understand. That it's more work in progress. Now it makes sense why they're saying, hi, I'm an addict. That they're still working on themselves.
So you may not identify as that yourself, but that's my understanding, the purpose of it.
Yeah.
And so when you're doing that, I hope that you're seeing that's, and really from our perspective is that every day you wake up, it's like, I'm not gonna make those same mistakes. I'm gonna do everything I can through my training, through my coping skills, through whatever it is that I'm doing on a daily basis. And recommitting to those principles, right? Because you have a lot to lose, right?
Yes.
You have a family, you have other things, and I don't think you want to go back there.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't.
Alright.
I want everything in my power to better myself. I'm the best version of myself today, not to go back to that space.
I have no other questions. I'll give one opportunity if there's anything that came circled around for anybody on the board. With that, we thank you for your time and we'll turn it back over to the judge.
Hey, Counsel, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, I don't have any redirection. I would just like to call our last witness.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gruber.
Thank you.
thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to call Anish Chandra.
And it's Dr. Chandra?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put you under oath. If you please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that your testimony in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And if you could state and spell your name for me.
My name is Anish, Anish, middle name Jai, Chandra, Chandra.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Dr. Chandra, thank you for being with us today. I would just like to start to note that you submitted a letter of support, which is in this packet. I believe it is on. Here, 55 for the board, excuse me, 54 and 55. Can you just start by telling us about your relationship with Mr. Derbyshire and how long you've known him?
Hakop and I, we met each other first day of chiropractic school, Cleveland Chiropractic, September 2004. And we've known each other since day one. He talked a lot in class, and at the end of the day, we started talking together. And since then on, we became study partners till the end of school.
And as noted in your letter, after you started practicing, you were communicating more intermittently. Mr. Derbyshire came to you after his convictions and incarceration. Can you just tell the board a little bit about your experience with Mr. Derbyshire after his convictions?
Well, after his convictions, I mean, hearing about all that stuff, I was kind of flabbergasting, but what I noted after his convictions, what he was doing to get himself better. He would call me and ask me about what's going on with me and tell me about what's going on with him. You know, he started doing all these programs. He started helping people get back on their feet, getting back together with his family. He did suffer some losses with his parents, but he just showed me. He was getting back on his feet again. And, you know, that's the guy I know from chiropractic school. He was the go-getter, more so than I was. And he had a focus and a direction, and he got there in school. And then he showed me that again after his incarceration.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. And as we've just discussed about Mr. Derbyshire's support system, and you know, if you were feeling any of the pressures he was feeling at that time, would you consider yourself among that support system?
Oh, definitely. Yes.
And to the questions raised by the board, Mr. Derbyshire, if his license was reinstated, would be interested in practicing. Can you speak a little bit about conversations you've had with him about the joint and about what was raised earlier?
Yes, I believe in him. I really do. I know he belongs in chiropractic, and I don't have a big position in the joint or anything, but I would like him to get reintegrated into the chiropractic lifestyle. If the joint presents him with that opportunity, I want him to take it. The joint system I think, I wish it was available when I first got out of chiropractic school because it really shapes us up. Gives us the opportunity to provide care to the community at the same time compensating us, you know? So anyways, I've been with the joint for about 7 years and I have a lot of, people that I communicate with. And once he's back into the chiropractic game, I was hoping I can integrate him into that process.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Brass, do you have any questions for Dr. Chandra?
I'll defer to the members of the board, Your Honor.
Okay, Dr. Adams?
Let's go down the line.
No questions.
So here's Dr. Ferris.
No questions.
No questions. No questions.
I have none.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for your testimony.
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. No further evidence, so we'll have just closing remarks.
I don't have a lot to say, Your Honor. I just want to commend Dr. Derbyshire on his obvious humility and candor. It looks like a meritorious petition to me.
We would just like to thank the board and for the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of Administrative Hearings for the time and the consideration of this petition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. The matter is now.
Sleep for 12 steps. I would, it'll be good for you.
Okay, we're off the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think what we'll do is, we complete, that's about 1 hour. I think we should give a little bit of a break for bio break. Can we do 5 to 7? Is that agreeable to the state? Okay. And then let's come back and then we'll take our next petition up. Thank you.
I got the
We're now back in session. Our final petitioner, and I'll turn the time over to Judge Reichman.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. We are now on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of surrendered license of Vicente Eduardo Lujan. Board case number AC 2021-1357, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025040394. Today is April the 18th, 2025, and I am Administrative Law Judge Karen Reichman from the Office of Administrative Hearings. Counsel, if you will please state your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor, Dr. Adams and members of the board. Leslie Brast, appearing this morning for the Office of the Attorney General on behalf of the people.
Okay, good morning. And Mr. Lujan, welcome. You are representing yourself today, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to our hearing, and you have consented to audio recording because we did not have a court reporter available.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Brast to identify the materials that were submitted and give a brief opening remarks.
Board staff prepared petition packets that have been provided to me, to Dr. Lujan, to OAH, and to the members of the board. I've also uploaded copies of the packet to Case Center at OAH's request. The packet comprises a 2-page memorandum to the board from its executive officers summarizing the case, followed by several attachments, beginning with notice of hearing for today's proceeding. Second is the 2-page petition for reinstatement and supporting documentation. Third is a single-page continuing education log prepared by board staff. Fourth is certification of Dr. Lujan's license history with the board. And finally, the packet contains the board's decision and order adopting the stipulated surrender of Dr. Lujan's chiropractic license effective March 8, 2023, and also attaching the underlying accusation matter. I ask that the packet be admitted in evidence, please.
Okay, Mr. Lujan, did you have the opportunity to review those items already? Okay, and do you have any objection to anything in that packet?
No.
Okay, so that petition packet is marked and received into evidence as Exhibit 1. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lujan was issued his chiropractic license in August 2017. In March of 2022, the board's executive officer filed an accusation against him. But the accusation was predicated on sexual misconduct with multiple patients that appears to have started as early as 2018 when he was a new California licensee. Dr. Lujan established and maintained multiple sexual relationships with patients during the course of treatment, including sex before or after the provision of chiropractic services. He failed to establish written consent, record SOAP notes, or maintain appropriate documentation and accurate billing records. In June of 2019, Dr. Lujan manipulated several guests at a barbecue without examining or diagnosing them or creating any treatment records. He falsely advertised board certifications in non-existent specialties and worked out of 2 gyms that were not reported to the board or listed as primary or satellite offices. In total, the accusation alleged 10 causes for discipline, including failure to obtain written consent, sexual misconduct with patients, gross negligence, repeated acts of negligence, incompetence, and failure to record patient information and diagnoses, among several others. In resolution of the accusation, Dr. Lujan surrendered his chiropractic license. In doing so, he agreed that all the charges and allegations contained in the accusation are deemed true, correct, and admitted by him upon the board's consideration of a petition for reinstatement, such as this one. He also agreed not to petition for reinstatement for 2 years and agreed to pay the agency its investigation and enforcement costs in the amount of $7,500 prior to the issuance of a new or reinstated license. The board adopted the stipulated surrender of Dr. Lujan's license as its decision in the accusation case, effective March 8 of 2023. Dr. Lujan appears before you today seeking reinstatement. I don't know when the application was actually submitted, but the petition is dated January 12th of 2025. which would have been just shy of 2 years. In any case, it has now been just over 2 years since he became eligible for reinstatement. The evidence of rehabilitation in this case is slim. In support of his petition, Dr. Lujan submitted a 4-page written addendum to the petition and 4 certificates of coursework completed in December of 2024. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. I'm going to now put you under oath. If you'll please raise your hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and if you could please state your name for the record.
Vicente Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan. So we're here on your request to the board to be reinstated into licensure. And the board wants to hear from you whether, as they reach a decision about whether it would be in the public interest to permit you to practice again. So if you want to make a statement to the board, and then Ms. Brass and the board members will want to ask you questions this morning.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm 47 years old, and I can honestly say this is the first time in my life, or an extremely long time, that I've actually been happy. And the reason why I say that is because that wasn't always the case. I was, not too long ago, very unhappy. I was very selfish. And that obviously led to my behavior to the events of this matter. When the events, yeah, I know the suspension was only for 2 years, but my rehabilitation process, all that came out, it started when all this came out and came to light. You know, I was with my ex-wife, which she's here as my witness today. But during that time, like we did, after it came out, we did try doing some counseling. We did some marriage counseling, and we realized that it wasn't just going to work, you know. And then after that, I started to move forward. You know, we moved out, separated. And at that time, when this all came out, you know, I'll admit I was upset. I had that victim mentality. I was like that pity party, woe me, like this shouldn't happen, blah, blah, blah. It was all consensual. We were all friends and all, you know. And so, but then as I moved forward, Jen, which is my ex-wife's name, Jen asked me, because at that time we had a young daughter, you know, she's now 7, but at that time she asked me, how would you feel if our daughter dated someone like you with this behavior? And I think I probably said something along the lines, I'd probably like to kick the crap out of him, you know, as a father. But that really thrusted me to like really want to change. So I went through therapy, started my own therapy, private counseling. I joined like an online men's, you know, Christian group. You know, and I just started working, and I started going to church, trying to rebuild a relationship with God. And during that time, you know, I started to transform instead of through counseling and everything, not realizing like this selfish attitude that I was having, where it was all about me. And I started wanting to give back and start to serve. And that's when I started noticing like the bigger changes in me, as opposed to just being like empty, you know, because I kept focused on me and my issues, which we dealt in therapy. But then afterwards, I started, you know, giving back to the community, because everyone at church was saying, and my men's group was saying, you know, give back, you know, there's more to life than just this behavior, you know. So I went with a group of Chevron and El Corazon, went down to Tijuana, Mexico, helped build a house for a family in need. And that did feel good, just to give back without, you know, any sort of, you know, acknowledgement or recognition, you know, just to give back. And other charitable events I did was raise money for the Kern County World War II Memorial. Started to do that. And once again, I raised money on my own efforts without asking or like without promoting really. I just raised money, you know. So then I kind of presented a check to the board and like, here you go, you know, because I wasn't doing it for recognition. But in appreciation, they did give me a challenge coin, which is rare to get. And then I also raised money for the Kern County Honor Flight just this past year. So there's other events and charities I started doing, but I noticed I started to feel better about myself by giving more, you know, and
And through that, I started to become a better friend to Jen. I started to become a better dad, more devoted dad. And then so with that, I wanted to keep that relationship with my daughter. So she's in first grade right now, but starting last year in kindergarten, I volunteered every Wednesday in kindergarten as well as in first grade. I still continue to do so now every Wednesday for the day. And you want to talk about stress, dealing with little kids running around and, Mr. Vice, Mr. Vice, Mr. Vice. But that also, and this year, because Jen's a teacher, so she works early and stays late. I take my daughter to school every day and I pick her up every day and then I take her to all her after school activities. And doing so with that, it just made me feel better by being a better dad, like I said, to give back, because in a world where I was just so selfish and everything was revolved around me, then I just realized like, no, it's not to give back to the community, give back to become a better man, a better person, a better dad. And so, yeah, so what, like I said, so this has been processed way beyond the 2 years, just been working and, going through this, and I still been continuing efforts to remain going to church, involved in my men's group online, and keep working forward as that. And I will say that during this process, yeah, it was hard, and it was a lot of, inner looking and facing my demons, and and I don't know what the process will be after this, whether I get accepted or not to get my license back. But what I can say that I'm proud of is that reestablishing my friendship, and I became best friends with my ex, who obviously had every right to never speak to me again or to take our child away. But by showing those efforts to her, we became friends again, and I became, like I said, a better father. And that to me is the most important thing, was to just win her respect back. That is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brass?
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Lujan. As a preliminary matter, I just want to ask you, you've made multiple references in your written statement, and you referenced it here to the suspension of your chiropractic license. And it may just be a misunderstanding of the terminology, but I want to be sure that you understand that you're not under a suspension order that can just be lifted. Your license was revoked. Is that clear?
Okay.
Are you, or have you ever been licensed as a chiropractor outside of California?
Yes, I have.
Where?
In New York and South Carolina.
And what is the status of those licenses?
Expired, I guess.
Okay, you've not renewed them?
No.
Okay.
Once I moved out of state, yeah.
And where were you licensed first?
New York,
What year?
2009.
And South Carolina?
That was I was only there for a year. So probably 2000, about 14, 15.
And why did you check the box no on your petition when asked if you were licensed in other states?
I always thought that was meaning it was like currently active.
Okay. Do you hold any other professional licenses in or outside of California?
Like as far as like chiropractic or
Just any kind of
like
license?
personal training and things like that.
Is that like a certificate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you earn that after you were licensed as a chiropractor?
I have before.
Okay. And how have you been supporting yourself since you surrendered your license?
I've been doing some personal training, some running coaching, doing some more like stretching, therapy, things like that, just trying to help. But yeah, just trying to focus on with the personal training aspect.
And how do you get these clients? Where do you work with them?
Well, I have a reputation in town because I do like a lot of ultra running endurance events, which is how I raised the money for the charity events I talked about earlier with the World War II.
Was that the 85-mile run?
Yeah.
Do you want to say something about that to make it clear?
Yeah. Every year for my birthday, I always pick like a local charity, since this all came out, to raise money to give back to the community. And then for the honor flight, for Kern County honor flight last year, I ran 85 miles and we raised $5,700 roughly, just in a handful of our events to Washington, DC, local events. So I always pick charities typically that are within Bakersfield, Kern County area, so that way I can be a part of, or at least see where the money is going.
Okay, thank you for filling that in. So with regard to where you get clients, you mentioned that you had a reputation in town.
Yeah, a lot of people in town, prior even to the license suspension, like, when I was a chiropractor, I've had a lot of runners come into the office because they wanted to come see me because I do ultra racing. And so they trusted me with, foot mobility, ankle, things like that. So running, base symptom, pains and all that.
Okay, so I'm still not clear on, how you get paid, where you perform, any kind of work with these individuals.
Well, with the running, I lead a run group on Saturdays, so I do that out there and I go over like sometimes technique or just we run milos. And then as far as personal training, just at a gym.
Okay,
Just
so with the run group, do those members of the group pay you?
only for like running technique and advice and things of that sort. If they want me to specifically like watch their form and go over like exercises and things of that sort to help them perform better,
Okay, and how do they pay you?
typically cash.
Do you have like an hourly rate?
I normally do like 50-60 bucks.
So this is a very sort of informal thing that's just
Yeah.
negotiated
Yeah,
for the
it's
spot?
like, yeah.
And then you will also meet individuals at their gym, I assume, or your gym, or
No, with that gym, yeah.
wherever they have membership.
Either their membership or at NAS Power, which is a local gym there that my
Okay.
friends own.
And is that similarly informal where you
Yeah.
just negotiate a fee?
Yeah, just because of, just talking about that.
Okay. What have you done to ensure that you don't engage in the unlicensed practice of chiropractic when you're working as a personal fitness trainer?
Well, at that time, one, it's public, so there's other people there. And as I said, like I learned through this, I grew through this to where I know like what the, consequences of my actions, were to lead to the suspension of this license, and losing my chiropractic license was a big, part of my identity, so to lose that, so therefore I'm not willing or wanting to ever jeopardize that again. So I will never engage in that
Okay.
risky behavior.
Well, you led with it's public.
Well, the gym is public.
I know, but you're not suggesting that you need to be watched in order to not.
I'm just trying to make sure that, it wasn't like.
Yeah. So how do you walk that line? I mean, you've been trained, you have skills. How do you refrain from practicing chiropractic without a license when you're working as a trainer with individuals?
Well, I made public announcements when my license was suspended. I made public announcements on my website, on the blog, as well as I hung flyers up at the office where I said, starting January 1st, 2023, there will be no longer chiropractic adjustments. So I made it very, very clear. So anyone who, who's heard about me, reaches out or email or a text asking me like, oh, I heard you're a chiropractor. I just say, no, I don't do chiropractic anymore. I just stop it.
Would you agree that it would have been clearer if you had announced that your license had been revoked?
Yes.
Did the use of drugs or alcohol play any part in your misconduct?
No.
Have you ever had an issue with drugs or alcohol?
No.
Have you identified any other addictive behavior or mental health issue, like a sex addiction, that might have caused or contributed to your misconduct?
No.
How then do you sort of explain your misconduct to yourself? How do you understand it?
Well, through therapy would you guys like me to go through what we talked about or?
Well, in your statement, you write, there are many reasons why you acted unprofessionally. And you say you've worked on the root causes through intensive emotional therapy counseling.
Right.
I think what the board is interested in knowing is what have you learned? What are the root causes? What is the insight that you have gained?
Well, going through the personal in a sense, but when between the ages of 8 and 10, I was raped weekly by my male cousin, older cousin, who was my babysitter. During that same time, my older sister was molesting me. So that obviously at that young age has screwed up a lot of, relationships just with myself as well as, girlfriends and all that stuff. And so then combine that with some abandonment issues that I've had with my mom. you know, when these events happened with these girls, you know, these women came into my life, it was almost like that attention. It was almost like my therapist was talking, like, it was like validation, so to speak. You know, I get that validation, you know, that outside that feeds my ego, you know, and therefore it was about like some sort of like control. I can control this aspect because I was not in control as a kid while being raped, being molested, and, you know, my mom issues, you know, like I said. And so that's what we had to go through, is go through that, which was, you know, really, really hard. You know, that's why I was referring to my intense therapy, was just understanding that, and breaking through that, you know, just like made me feel better, made me understand like why I did what I did, you know, to like, you know, and then move forward with that. Because, you know, even though I accept full responsibility for what I did, but it was insightful for the therapy aspect. And that's why I'm looking back now, reflecting back over the last like 5 years, going through all this, like, even though at the beginning I was kind of upset that this happened, you know, because I thought it was unfair, unjust, and all that, you know, but now I feel like I've gained so much and I've learned so much from this on how to move forward, not only just as a chiropractor, but like I said, just as a man and as a father and, you know, future partner to whoever. But that's what.
Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. That's some very difficult stuff. You use the past tense and talking about having worked through it, and you also use the past tense, you know, when you said you had a victim mentality. Do you regard your work dealing with this sexual trauma that you suffered as a child as complete?
Yes,
You feel like it's behind you at this point?
absolutely. Way stronger now than what I was.
You indicated that, well, let me get a little more information from you about your counseling. Can you say more about who you saw, what their credentials are, and for how long?
His name was Thomas Fowle. That was the first one I started with.
Can you spell it for the record?
Thomas, Thomas, and Fowle was F with an Haul.
FHAUL?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what his credentials
No,
were?
I don't. He was referred to me by another therapist I was seeing at the time, because he specialized more in childhood trauma. He's in San Francisco, so we did weekly Zoom meetings.
Okay. And how long did you see Mr. Fowle?
For about 4 months.
And that was weekly?
Correct.
You said did he specialize in sexual trauma?
Yes, sexual childhood trauma, especially like PTSD.
And the other therapist who referred you, was that just a very brief relationship?
We saw each other for about 6 months, and as we started getting more, as I needed more support, I guess, then she referred me to him.
You indicate that you gained valuable insights and coping mechanisms to better manage stress and maintain your ethical standards. First, let me ask you, do you think stress played a role in your misconduct?
No, not like average daily stress, no.
And what are the coping mechanisms that, I guess I'm a little unclear. It sounds like you were sort of, by talking about managing stress, I assumed that you were sort of intimating that your misconduct had something to do with stress.
Childhood, like trigger stresses, you know, anything like that, because it's like difficult for me to watch any movie or show where there's like child abuse or rape, or I can't do that. Like,
Okay.
you know, so those sorts of, if I have like triggers that's managing that, I could, you know, and through the mechanisms I do use for coping is, you know, with meditation, going to church, journaling, things like that.
I imagine your exercise probably helps.
Yes, exercise too. I exercise once in a while.
Have you engaged in any other kind of therapy, like a group for, survivors of sexual assault or anything like that?
No, I have not.
do you have an understanding of how your professional boundaries got so blurred? I mean, it sounds like it has to do with the fact that you got into some kind of a triggered state based on the feelings of empowerment perhaps you got with the attention from your female patients? Something along those lines?
It was just with the patients in question and, you know, and for the record, we were friends first. I know that doesn't change anything of what my misconduct was. But it was just that because I've worked since, you know, got my license 2009 and there's never been a complaint or any issue since then. And since this incident, or for this case, the years following, there's never been another incident since, you know, as far as that. But
When you say you got your license in 2009, do you mean in New York?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so in New York and South Carolina, there's never
Well,
been
maybe
a complaint.
the question I need to ask is, since practicing in California beginning in 2017, did you ever really have professional boundaries in place?
Yes, I did.
Because you indicated you were friends first with your patients.
Well, with the ones in question, yes.
Okay.
In this case. Yeah, we would run together, we would bike together, things like that. We would exercise and do stuff. And then like as they had like whatever injury they had, I would work on them.
Okay.
And that's when it crossed the line.
Okay. I have a few further questions, but I want to give the board members an opportunity. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brass. Dr. Adams?
Thank you. Thank you for being here and thank you for sharing some details about your life that give us perspective. I'm sure that was not easy for you. Why don't we start, Dr. Daniels?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for being more transparent. I didn't see, you said you're a member of the church, is that correct? Okay. And I didn't see in the packet any letters of support from people that know you. Was there a reason for that?
And honestly, when I read through the statement or the application, I just kind of went through the check boxes, like, you know, with my wording, so I didn't know I needed any sort of professional, you know, letters or character statements, anything like that. But I could always provide them if the board does wish.
Okay. And do the members of the church know the circumstances around your license
The
being?
men's group, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they know about everything.
Okay. And then you stated that you're not currently in therapy because you feel that your past traumas have been healed?
Well, I stopped therapy with Thomas because of all the childhood stuff. And then, yeah, and I'm currently, you know, was referred to another therapist to just kind of start to just for maintenance, you know, just because.
And are you still going? Is that?
I'm about to. Yeah, I was just referred to a local therapist. Like I said, Thomas was in San Francisco and I wanted to switch to someone more like in person, like face to face.
Okay. So you're in transition of that. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Cruz?
I know in California, because a lot of things referred to as personal training. California, I just want to put it out there. I know it does not require a certificate in personal training, but have you kind of, since this has like been a big part of what you've been doing since, have you, what's it called? Do you do ongoing education around personal training or is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I wanted to check on that. And then also, what's your plan in the event, what's it called? You receive your license again. Kind of what's your plan there?
I would like to resume practice. Again, I feel like I'm in a much better mental headspace for like these events that have happened in the past will never happen again, because I know a lot of this is here. And, you know, like I said, through the years of work, I'm proud to say, like I said, I'm happy, you know, even if I never get to practice again, I can say I'm honestly happy because of all this, that transformation, because if this didn't happen, I wouldn't be in this mindset today.
Okay, sorry.
But
Do you setting up your own brick and mortar, kind of?
yeah, reestablish an office practice again, do that, and then, you know, and I would, you know, set, you know, whatever measures in place that, you know, the board would deem, so, you know, whether guidelines or whatever things they would need to do.
And how have you kind of since engaged with the chiropractic community?
I really haven't, I mean, except going to like continuing education, seminars, and then one of my buddies in town, he's a chiropractor, so we get together once in a while, and just like, just talk about whatever, but that's about it.
Is he aware of kind of where?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. No more questions?
Dr. Azzolino?
Yeah, several questions. Thanks for being vulnerable and sharing your life story there. Did this therapist discharge you or state that you were completed with your work with him?
Yes.
You did, okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not seeing a letter in the record to that effect?
No, I did not provide one. I did not know I was needed one.
Okay.
Like I said, I just kind of.
But you feel you're fully healed from whatever led you to
this behavior, absolutely, but the childhood traumas probably will always remain.
and you haven't done any formal therapy around sexual addiction or anything of the sort?
No, I have not.
Okay,
Yeah,
and you feel that's not necessary, is that correct?
that is correct.
Additionally, in here, you said you completed other chiropractic related coursework such as nutrition, functional neurology and whatnot. I'm not seeing any references to that in your packet.
Just I provided the continuing education that I did, and that was it, the 48 hours. I didn't provide all the extra nutrition stuff. I just stated it, what I did.
Okay,
But I could provide that to you if you would like.
so I'm clear, there are additional courses that you did take that you did not provide in here?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. No further questions.
Dr. Paris?
I have no questions.
I have a couple here. The DAG alluded to this, when you're doing your personal training, it is your testimony that you have not adjusted anybody since the revocation of your license.
Correct.
Not even family.
I have, yes, family, yes. Like my ex-wife,
Now you understand that even though it's family, that's a violation of your revocation of your license.
I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
Okay.
Family, friends. You need to keep records on them.
Have I?
No, I'm saying when you're a chiropractor,
Yes.
you need to keep records of family and friends and those types of things. You're not a chiropractor, so you're not licensed to adjust. I know that's hard to take, but that's a fact.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you a really direct question. If we were to have 10 of your personal training clients in here today behind you, supporting you, would any of them testify that you've adjusted them?
No, they would say I have not.
You have not.
No.
Is there anybody that would say you've adjusted them other than your family?
Just family.
Okay.
And primarily gym.
Okay. I would encourage you not to do that
Absolutely.
because you've admitted now to
Okay. Yeah.
a violation of your revocation. Are you a sole proprietor or do you have a business under which you're transacting right now?
The LLC, yes.
Okay. And it was your statement that when you left New York, there was no discipline?
No.
And in South Carolina, there was no discipline when you left?
No, right.
And so it's also your testimony that from 2009 and receiving your license in New York, that you never had sexual interaction with any of your clients in those areas?
Yeah.
That only started here in California.
Just with the events in question, absolutely.
Okay. So in light of that, you obviously saw a lot of patients during that time. What was different when you got to California? What changed? Because, and again, all respect, you've shared with us some very intimate things. Those things happened in your childhood and you practiced and you interact with patients, but something happened? Was there a trigger that you've identified in your therapy that can share with us that would help us understand?
Absolutely. There was a couple of triggers because when I was in South Carolina, my mom fell. She was in Bakersfield. She fell, broke her hip and her wrist, which is why I left South Carolina. I came back, moved in with her, to take care of her because none of my siblings were in the position to do so. So I just helped to rehab her, take care of her because, as we all know, elderly folks with the hip fracture is often not a good sign. So I had to motivate her. during working with her, as far as like the abandonment issues were, like, I started to realize I was giving so much to her and I wasn't receiving that. That triggered me like the childhood, because I was the first one in my family to become a doctor. You know, I graduated NYCC and not one of my family members came to visit. I didn't even go to my graduation because not even my mom or my dad, you know, who are separated, like nobody made an effort to come, you know, so I didn't feel validated at all. So I didn't even go to graduation. Even when I moved back, after all that time practicing, moved back, took care of her. My mom never once said thank you, not for, or good job, congratulations, nothing like that. And, you know, and so that was a triggering kind of stance too. So then eventually when I did get my license back and started practicing again, that was, even though it was like a year or two later after that, you know, and then, that was part of the issue, you know, so then I think that's when I felt like I wasn't worthy or anything like that. And then, you know, and then Jen and I, we had our baby. And after the first year, we, I wanted to, you know, start doing date nights again because we were kind of having our little problems. And she kind of struggled with that because, you know, and therefore, because I would ask her, like, you know, let's have grandparents watch, let's have date nights. And so I didn't feel I was getting what I wanted either in the marriage and then with this. So then when these group of, because we're all friends, all those girls are all friends with each other, and so we knew each other, you know, they started giving me like that, like attention, and, you know, and it made me feel something inside, like, oh, good, like, you know, I'm kind of worthy of something, you know, and then it just obviously crossed the line, and, you know, but after that, like I said, that's why I wanted to get the work done.
So you have to understand, that's a common thing in a doctor-patient relationship where they adore you, they give you, but that can't be, you know, that line is there. And you knew that in chiropractic school, right?
Correct.
You knew that into it all along. So what I'm trying to ascertain is, because that can happen again.
It won't.
And you're gonna, and you have to, you know, what's the guardrail that you have that say, you're telling us it won't, but what's your guardrail in place that's gonna assure us?
The only assurance I can give you is through the therapy, through the work I have done. I am a changed individual, you know, and that's why I did bring Jen here as a witness to testify to you guys to show that I have changed, you know, and I have changed. I've worked hard through this, and, you know, and if somebody was to either flirt, hit on me, whatever the case may be, it's a simple no. And anyone who would flirt with me, I would stop them from being a, you know, patient. I'd totally stop that.
And you said your therapist, I'm kind of surprised at this, that your therapist never recommended a support group for your abuse. They never said you should probably get into a support group and continue.
He just advised me to get into a support group, which is why I started doing like the men's group, you know, but not.
He didn't say specifically.
No, because we were working together, because he was a childhood trauma specialist, so he was, you know, we were working with that, you know, so.
And this new therapist that you've been referred to, is that a therapist that is going to continue on this line, or are you talking about just general therapy?
Well, part general, but definitely through this, you know, make sure everything's still in check, to make sure, because she knows about all this stuff too, because we had a consultation. So I already told her about all this. I told her about the hearing today and everything else, to just make sure she knows what she's getting herself into.
So just one final thing I kind of want to hit on this is that you've said it a few times that when, you know, the complaint was filed against you, your first reaction was, use your own words again for me.
No, I said I was upset. I thought, you know, with that victim mentality, I thought, why would they do this to me? Why me, this, that, and other, you know? Because that was when it first happened, because I looked at it as, with these individuals, like, we're all friends. We all knew each other. We all went to each other's houses. We all hung out together. You know, they were all in relationships, married or with a boyfriend. We were all, it was a big mess. And I'm like, so they go after my license, and, you know, but I didn't go after them. I made no official complaints against their profession whatsoever. So it was just that attitude, like, whoa, me, pity me, why me, you know? But like I said, now through that, especially like when Jen asked me about, like, what kind of man do I want my daughter to be with? And like, is it gonna be someone like me? You know, that really punched me in the gut, to where I'm like, not only losing our marriage, but that's why, like I said, as I started to change, and then, now I can look back and I was like, dang, what an unhappy, selfish individual. I was a real a-hole. Now I can look back and it's like, that's why I'm grateful this happened. I'm grateful that my license got suspended, because without this, would my behavior have changed? If like they didn't report anything, or would we have continued these affairs? Maybe, maybe not. But because of this, like I said, I am truly grateful that this has happened, because I know I am way better of an individual now than what I was years ago.
So just reiterating, you understand that doctor-patient relationship, that's sacrosanct. And you've got, that line is very clear. Have you read the regs?
No.
Okay. So you've not gone back and reviewed the regs that you violated?
Oh, the regs, what do you mean by that?
Regulations that you violated?
Yes, I read,
Why your license was revoked?
yes, yeah, especially when.
And you understand them?
Yes, absolutely.
You understand all the aspects of why you lost your license?
Mhm, yes, absolutely.
No further questions. Any other things that came back around that you wanted to address? Okay.
Ms.
Thank
Brass, did you have any more questions?
With the witness.
We'll get to the witness.
Okay.
No,
No,
thank you.
okay. Did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. Do you want to call your witness?
Yeah, this is my witness.
Great. You
Jen.
can come up. You can stay. Hello.
Hi.
I'm gonna put you under oath. Okay, please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that your testimony in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And can you state and spell your name for me?
sure. It's Jennifer, Jennifer. Lujan, Lujan.
Great. So you're not an attorney, so I'm just gonna kind of. You understand what the hearing is, and you've heard about the hearing, and if you want to just share with the board, what you think would be
Yeah,
helpful
I
about.
mean, I didn't really know what to expect, so just kind of bear with me a little bit on it. So I apologize if I stumble, somewhat, but we actually grew up together, going to elementary school and junior high. We were just acquaintances, not really friends. And when he moved back, we were doing a running challenge to do like, however many thousands of miles within a year. And that's how we reconnected as friends. And so I've seen him from the beginning to today, at least in California. We didn't really speak when he was back east. We got married after his first 100-mile race, and it was good, and he was, I knew of his family history. I knew of the trauma. I know the stressors that he was going through. I can testify to the fact that he didn't have any coping skills. He didn't have any ways of managing his thoughts and his actions, but I didn't see at that point, I didn't really see, outside of just having kind of a negative outlook, I didn't really see anything manifesting behaviorally, and so we were married and, or engaged and married within a year or so, and then a baby came 6 months later, and there we were, and so I think as a wife in general, you can kind of tell when things get off a little bit. You just know, and we would question, and when he kind of takes it a little easy on these other girls, and one of them lived with us. She lived with us. She put my kid down to sleep, to bed. So when he says we're friends, we were all friends. It wasn't like it was like this separate life of his and then mine and then ours. We were all enmeshed, so of course, my thought process would come like, and I would question, but I'm also the person that says, I'm not gonna really believe anything until I know for sure, I don't want to give credibility to something that's false. So I'm not going to do that until, I trust my husband, all of those factors. And but I could see how his behavior started to shift towards what I would say like outward appreciation. Like his social media was like a lot of like, look at me kind of stuff, look at me, look at me. And it irritated the heck out of me. You know what I mean? I hated it. And I would be like, hey, can you not do it? But he really was, he really thrived off of other people's attentions at that time. And I bring that up because like it's such a shift in who he is now. That from then to now, it's like a complete 180. I do like if you look at his social media, a lot of it is just his running group is a big one, but it's a lot of like he'll do newsletters and things about different things. Either a lot of it's mental and emotional awareness, and sometimes then it's the physical and the rehabilitative type things. So he puts out a newsletter every week or so ish, and I would say the key word before this happened is he was very selfish, very selfish. The key word that I see that if I were to give him a word today would be that he is responsible or trying to think of the right one, but like he is intuitive, I think, to the needs of himself first and foremost. Like I don't think he would think of the implications back then, but now he does. And so I think he's very aware when you bring up or ask, how are you not going to blur those lines? It's really how it should have been in the first place, cut and dry. No, there's always going to be people on both, on the other side of the line that can try and push those boundaries. And I think from what I've seen and how I see him and hear him speak about people, he's even told me like somebody tried this and it was like I had to tell him, no, you need to leave. Like certain those boundaries. And that's one thing that he has been working through is even with personal relationships, because we're not together, but with personal relationships, creating these boundaries, not letting people, kind of slide in and treat you this way when that's a hard line. I've gone through a ton of therapy myself. So it's like I see a lot, I look at his coping skills. I look at, is he managing this stress, and I would say that he is, the big one, I think the big transformative factor is probably God. Because he's very, like even today, we're like, God's got our plan, he's gonna decide what happens here. I can just tell, all we can do is speak the words we have, that in reality. So, we're not gonna stress over this because there's a plan here, and if the plan is to get his license back, super, let's move that way. If his plan is to not get it back and we have to wait a year, fine, he's accepting of that. It's kind of to the point now where that higher power has taken over. And I think that has been his biggest like transformative like moment. He relies on prayer, he relies on church and if we don't go to church, we watch church, you know what I mean, on online and stuff like that. Raising our daughter, he's at her school, 1:30, pick her up every day, takes her to swim, takes her to gymnastics, takes her to ballet, takes her to piano, you know what I mean? And that, because I'm working, my class doesn't get out until 3:40, so he's doing all of those quality, and he is, he's using his role as a parent to the fullest, I would say. He's fulfilling his role as a dad. And that, of course, to me is my most important goal, because I wouldn't have him around if he was still doing all that BS. I would not tolerate that because, like I said, I've had to go through my therapy. I go to therapy all the time. I go through group therapy twice a week, sometimes 3. And I've learned to make my boundaries just as much as he has. And because of that, it has forced him to also make those changes. So yeah, I mean, we're not we're not ever gonna really, we're not gonna be together. And we both have accepted that. That's a non-factor when it comes to this. The reality is we want what's best for our 7-year-old daughter, Genevieve, and we do what it takes to get that for her. And for him, it's getting his crap together. And for me, it's making sure that I don't allow that nonsense to enter into my life and that we are able to provide her what we need to provide her with. And I think that he's an amazing dad. And that is a testimony in his character at the very least, I can say, so I guess that's.
Thank you, thank you. Any questions?
Just a couple.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lujan. What do you do for work?
I'm a teacher of science for junior high.
For junior high?
Uh-huh.
What kind of science?
Well, this is my 20th year, so primarily did 8th grade, before the NGSS standards came by, it was mostly physical science. Now it's integrated, so I teach various physical life and.
In public school?
Uh-huh.
So, what kind of credential do you hold?
Actually, I have a multiple subjects California credential, but I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Cal State Bakersfield, so I'm able to have a supplemental, we call it supplemental, and then I have a master's degree also.
Okay. And do you two live together or apart?
We do. We co-parent in the same house, separate rooms, of course. But yeah, we do live together. Just that a lot of people find it weird, but to be honest, it's what's best for our kid. And it works for us. And so.
Are there other members of the household or just the three of you?
Just the three of us.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Dr. Adams, any questions from the board?
I have none. Dr. Islino?
Just want to say good job of putting your kid first.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here. No questions.
Yeah, no questions.
No questions, but thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So no more evidence. We'll just have some closing remarks. Ms. Bratt?
It is, as I know you know, Dr. Lujan's burden as the petitioner in this matter to prove by clear and convincing evidence his entitlement to reinstatement. That's a fairly high standard. I want to be clear that I'm sympathetic to Dr. Lujan, and I appreciate that you came forward with your full story here in probably a very challenging environment. I did note that there was no mention whatsoever of the specifics of your underlying misconduct in your 4-page written statement. I do feel there is a certain lack of transparency here or some difficulty in fully accepting responsibility. I believe Dr. Lujan when he says, I believe that he believes this will never happen again. I believe that he is sincere. However, he made he distinguished between his childhood traumas that he acknowledged will probably always be there, and then asserted that he's healed with regard to the misconduct. And I don't believe those things can be separated. I think they go together. And in terms of public safety, and I certainly hope Dr. Lujan understands that these matters are not about punishing him and keeping him from the work that he loves. They're about protecting the public. But I don't think that it's safe for the public when an individual is kind of white knuckling it through emotional trauma. I do think it has to be worked through. So I will leave it to the board to determine whether he met his burden to prove his entitlement to reinstatement. I would just encourage him, regardless of the outcome of this matter, to continue to work therapeutically on the underlying childhood trauma. It may always be there, but I do think that work can be done to return him more safely to practice in the future. And I'll submit it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lujan, do you want to make any final statement to the board?
what I would ask is that if the board decides not to reinstate my license, which, you know, I will fully accept. And, but what I'd like to is whatever recommendations or guidelines you guys would need from me, you know, to prove, you know, the next time I'm here. That's what I would at least request. So I know I could do this a little bit better for you guys and provide more information, which I felt to do at this time, because I didn't clearly quite understand everything that was asked. But yeah, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The matter is now submitted. We're going to go off the record. Okay. Concludes the hearing. Thank you.
If there's no, concern, I'd like to go immediately into closed session if we can.
Can we go 5 and go?
We can drive and come right back in and go right into closed session.
Everybody a chance to get out?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait till you get off to Lynn Graham.
All right, we are now back in session. We've completed our agenda items. We are now going to go into closed session. And we will adjourn out of closed session. So anybody watching at home, this will be the end of the feed. Any final comments there? All right, we will go into closed session. Thank you.